it has spots that are wide open,
Right.
but the vast majority of Paint Branch is a road, a walk.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the vast
trail.
majority of it. It's a trail that's done very well and paved in most of the places, but it's a trail, and it does open up in spots, but it's not. So when in the middle of a pandemic, when you try to social distance, and you got people that vary as far as asshole mentalities, you got some people that'll be down there with their mask on, right? And then you got people that won't. So when you're crossing, y'all, one person's coming this way, other person coming this way, like, yeah, like it's just not, it ain't comfortable. It's just not, the vibe ain't there. You know what's a dope ass spot? That place we went to over the summer, the one that Shafiro always goes at. He works with them to take pictures and shit.
Yeah.
That place is dope because it's wide open.
Right.
It's a lot, from what I saw, it's a lot more wide open spots than it is the little trails you got to walk through where you might pass somebody or whatever. That place is dope. Because think about it, for the most part, we was there. We didn't have to wear a mask because there wasn't nobody else around. Most of the places we was at, you know?
Right.
That shit is just better. It's better. I still want to explore that motherfucker too a little further, because I know we ain't see everything that's
oh no, happening. There's no way.
No, I know we did. You know, we saw some cool shit, definitely. But I know we didn't see everything that's there and shit. Because I believe it's some water around there too.
Right.
I believe so. All right,
has to be. Yeah, absolutely has to be.
Let me go do some sharing shit. Culture Geeks. All right. Okay. And here we go. This thumbnail is funny. Let's see.
Wait, what? How is what? How? Oh, okay. There we go.
You doing? You
no, I'm looking at some. I don't know. People are dumb.
Yes, people are.
That's just the best way I can explain it.
People are dumb.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so dumb, like compacted dumb. Like dumb on top of dumb on top of dumb.
So I have to amend a position that I had previously.
It is what we do.
That's what we do. So a little while ago, I when I was telling you about, it's these channels that just literally have no actual content on there that they're creating. It's just they point the camera somewhere and let that shit run for 24 hours.
And I told you that was a good idea.
Yeah, it is a good idea to do for your numbers, but I mean, as far as like content, like
right.
That's not. It's lazy. It's nothing. It's not doing it. There is a value to it, and
lazy
I see
and smart are not mutually exclusive.
No, they're not. As a matter of fact, sometimes they come together. The old, the old adage: work smarter, not harder. You know what I'm saying? Like most time that shit is, right. I want to get to that point. You know what I'm saying? But when I was telling you about that, it was that one channel in particular called the Blue Water Grill. That is the official channel of one of the restaurants down there in Belize, down there in San Pedro. They literally have a camera right there over the water. You see a bit of the beach, more like a bit of the beach, some palm trees, whatever, and that's it. And I said, this is Nah, B, like y'all ain't doing nothing. No, y'all don't believe. It's shit you could. No, because I find myself going to this channel at least once a day. when I see
pushed it by your own guitar.
yeah, absolutely. Look, when I see it pop up on my dashboard, let me click on this. And even if I don't stay there long, I open up another tab someplace else and don't close the tab. The tab's still open.
Every now and then you peek over.
Every now and then I peek over. Nothing. Yo, so I think, and then I started reading like some of the chat comments. And I get what this is. Most of the people that's in the chat aren't down there.
Right.
But
that's what I said.
Now, here's the thing about that, though. From what I've seen in the chat, going back and forth looking, it's mostly people that want to move there.
Sure.
With the scatterings of people that went there one time for a vacation or thinking about going there or whatever. But it's mostly people that don't live there but want to live there and are probably they probably got their own operation exit strategy going on over there, right? To leave. But like this is infinitely better than the other way I was keeping tabs on my favorite place, which was on the phone app with the weather. What's the weather like there? Especially when it's cold up. Like, what's the weather like down there?
Right.
No, because right here on the screen, they have the temperature on the chat. What time it is, and you can just literally look down there and see if it's raining, if it's doing everything. Like, I mean, so there is value to this. You know what I mean? There's absolute value to this. Like I said, I got to amend my position on that. There's value to this. I don't know how many people, because they seem to stay consistent at about 2,000 subs. That hasn't grown, but it doesn't need to, because once you have over 1,000, and 4,000 hours watch time, which I'm sure they do. Really? You know what I'm saying? No right. Then now they can just monetize their shit. You know?
Hey.
I'm just saying the same people keep coming back here. It's the same people. Because when I come back, I see the same names pop up there to the point where I recognize the name.
See, now there's a community.
Now I'm part of the community. Look, I didn't even comment it in the chat a couple times.
Now niggas move down there. Like, oh, I saw you on the
YouTube. Right, on the YouTubes.
See?
The YouTubes.
I mean, bringing people together.
Well, that's never a good thing. But
I mean, listen.
I guess it beats the alternative. Yes. Because looking out my window right now, something Shafril said. And he's absolutely 100% correct in this. When we did a little hike, and he said, "Yo, Maryland is beautiful in the spring, summer, and fall when there's full bloomage." He's like, "Yeah, it definitely is." Yeah. He said, "But when wintertime come, I was like, I know what you're about to say." He said, "Yo, it is a hot mess because all those leaves and bushes and stuff, the shit goes away in them same areas that look spectacular. They look shabby as fuck." And he's not wrong. They look shabby and sparse. So yeah, like he's not wrong about that. He's not wrong. That the best times for me to live in Maryland is when you actually get a spring, like we did last year, but it was fuck all for nothing. You know what I'm saying? For nothing. We got that good ass spring for nothing. And during the summer, because look, I'll even take the hot days, because I can, like I always told you, I could be in air conditioning, look out my window and see, oh, it look nice out there, and improve my mood. You know what I'm saying? I'll take that. And also, remember when we went up to Annapolis, to that bridge in Annapolis? Yeah. You can find spots to cool out. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't feel oppressed by the heat up there, by that water at all. And it was hot as shit that day. It was hot as shit that day. So, B, to me, there's no downside for me anyway, living in a tropical environment other than the occasional hurricanes.
Yo, listen. Listen to me clearly. For anybody, even though I don't know, I might leave this in the episode. I don't know. But for anybody that happens to be listening, that is not from this area, particularly even people in other countries,
right?
You understand how bad it has to be where we live for him to say, "Oh, just the occasional hurricane." Yo, casually spouted that out of his lips. I mean, just the occasional hurricane.
Truth be told, while they do have their fair share of tropical storms, then because it's in a tropical environment, Belize doesn't get a whole shit ton,
right.
Which is another good reason for me to move down it. But yeah, that's true. That's absolutely factual. Like for me I must really want to leave if I'm willing to, because I am. Yo, I'm willing. Look, if we do this, one all I'm saying, if we do the things the way we supposed to, and the shit turns out the way it is,
you need to put more tags on your video.
Which video? Oh yeah. You're right. I do. You do.
I'm looking at you. I'm
kind of sparse.
I'm what's the word I'm looking for? I'm going over your audit. I'm auditing it.
You're auditing. Yeah, you're right about that. I do. I'm gonna jump back in on there after the show and fuck with it. But yo, I'm willing to listen. If we do all the shit we supposed to do, the way we supposed to do it, and we land on our feet in the direction and the trajectory that I want us to, there are things you can do to mitigate a lot of that. You know what I'm saying? To protect yourselves and your property and all that other things. And I'm willing to take the risk. Get some insurance. I'm willing to take the risk because fuck this place.
Hurricane insurance. You know, you have to have wind insurance, rain insurance, and something else.
Right. But yo, I'm willing, because
that is a scam.
It is a scam. It's that's just a way for them to get multiple revenue streams from your ass.
Right.
From one person. That's all that is. That's all it is. It's not, everything's such a fucking scam, yo. Everything's such a fucking scam. I am enthusiastic. And I never thought I would ever say this when I was younger, because I was younger then.
Right.
To live somewhere that doesn't have like I don't need skyscrapers. I really don't need skyscrapers. I don't care. Do I have a grocery? Yes. Is there a hospital there? Yes. I don't need the only good thing skyscrapers good for me is pictures.
I love skyscrapers.
Yeah, you know what I mean? They're good for pictures, but as far as me needing them, like I gotta live someplace with man. And look, if you need some skyscrapers, we can always get some stock footage. we can go to Pawn 5 and get you all the skyscraper pictures you want. You know what I'm saying? Like all the pictures you want.
I can't stand you.
Nah, B. Like, but when we was riding through San Pedro, I was like, I want this. But
does it want you?
No, it really doesn't. But I don't think it has much of a choice. I want to go there. No, but since I want to go down there and be a credit to the community, like help to the community. I don't want to go down there and be one of them type. And you know me, I can't stand people. But these folks, they not as complicated. They're not, you know what I mean? Oh no. Listen, when it comes to certain things, yeah, I'm a Chinese puzzle.
I'm well aware of who you are.
But I'm just saying, like, these
people, aware of who you are. Like,
mostly from what my experience down there, assaulted people. They worked. They want to, on the weekend, they want to just go to one of the outdoor bars, restaurant, listen to some live music. Like the shit here, motherfuckers just is too much on their own dick here in this country. They really are, yo. Too much on their own dick. Like, nigga, no, you not. You know how many times you know how many times the phrase "nigga, no, you not" then came out of my mouth in the past 52 years. Nigga, no, you not. Right? Stop it. You not. Either you not that, or you not gonna do that. No, you're not. You're not. No, you're not. You're just not.
Clearly. Listen to me clearly. And this is a subject change, but if you ever start doing spoken word,
yo, you see, I didn't. that guy right there, the comments, like he said, he's been on my channel for a long time. But no, this is one of the reasons why I won't do spoken word. Because I recognize it is not rap. It's not. And I think people who aren't as familiar with either genre mistake the two. But it's not rap. No. I've seen the difference when some rapper tries to get up there and does it in the rap format. And I'm like, that shit don't seem legitimate to me. They don't seem legitimate spoken word. Nigga, you just wrote a rap. And I've been to spoken word events. It's different.
They can work well together.
Yes, absolutely. But I've seen spoken word people
so the singing and rap.
Yeah.
And they're not the same thing.
But they're not the same fucking thing, man.
Yeah.
And I think do I think if I chose to focus my attention on it, because I would have to start watching more of it again to get into the space, right? Really? Yeah, I probably could do that, but I don't want to.
Sure. You could.
I don't want to.
I have no desire to do so.
Nah, I'm good.
I don't
date somebody that used to do the spoken word thing.
The main reason I don't want to do anything like that is because this is going to sound so horrible. I don't want to be associated with fake wokeness.
But
that's not to say that
could be in rap too.
But rap is so vast that I'm not really associated with any. I'm more associated with you.
Yeah, that's true. But you know what? You're right about that, though, to the extent that rap is not wholly viewed as a woke type of thing. There's a lot. Yeah, sometimes they OD on this gangster shit, right? As far as the branding of rap, but it's not on that. But spoken word, especially somebody that's black, and spoken word, it's definitely
associated, and a lot of it is great.
It is. I've been to events.
Yeah,
because it's fire.
But I don't want to. There's a seedy undercore. I don't want to be associated with. It's already bad enough that there are people out here that will try to call me out for my protection of black women.
Right.
I already get that just simply by being me and making.
Well, no, you can't. Yo, listen, you can't.
No way around that.
You can't protect black women in this country and not be attacked.
Right.
You can't. You can't. Like, that's part of it. An attack from within and without.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You know what I'm saying? But shit, throw all them attacks this way. I don't give a fuck what you motherfuckers say. You know what I'm saying?
Here's the difference between the two. Being attacked for defending black women is fine because I agree with defending black women.
Right.
Being attacked for being fake woke is an issue.
Yeah, that's a whole different
I hate fake woke people.
Right.
So that's different. I can roll off something that you're attacking me for that I believe in.
Mm-hmm.
I can let that roll off the shoulder.
Right.
But something that I'm vehemently against.
Yeah, word. But this is the thing about that, yo, because I tend to deep dive into a lot of the verbiage that people use, and also this idea that some shit is new and some shit is. There's that fake shit. They try to brand the woke community with that. But after January 6th, you feel what I'm saying? Where I'm about to go with that? There's also the fake on that other side of it. Like the motherfuckers that say, y'all too sensitive, like they not sensitive.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like the same, look, when Colin Kaepernick did what he did his thing, there was people calling him fake woke, this, that, never. Who was more fake than the motherfuckers on the other side saying that what he was doing was so awful, but then went into DC and used American flags to beat cops?
Oh yeah.
If you want to take a whole burrito, take a burrito of bullshit that you wrap all in there and you stuff it in
big burrito.
This is a big burrito because they managed to discredit their patriot stance and their cop lover stance all in one sandwich. All in one sandwich.
Absolutely.
So like I said, I feel like it's the same with the whole racist thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
The right gets panned with that a lot,
Yeah.
and in a lot of cases they should.
Oh,
what winds up happening is
absolutely some left.
Listen, we've met them, we've talked to them.
Racism is bipartisan.
Yeah,
I promise.
Facts. All facts. All facts. And I see that what winds up happening on either side of the political divide is that there's a certain branding that takes place.
Mm-hmm.
And certain words get branded. Oh, they known for this, they known for that. No.
Yeah.
That shit, some of that shit.
Y'all do that reaches across the aisle.
I've talked to racist ass liberals, yo. What's up, Greg? I talked to racist ass liberals. Like saying racist bullshit. Anti-black as a motherfucker, yo.
Listen,
talk to him.
The vast majority of times that anybody, like any white celebrity, particularly artists or people in the movie business, they're on the left.
Yeah.
If you hear any famous person generally, of course,
there's the standouts. There are standouts. Yeah.
Country music stars generally tend to be more conservative.
Yeah.
But the vast majority of artists and movie stars, blah, 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 they tend to be a little bit on the left.
Yeah.
And anytime that you've heard an incident with any of them saying anything racist, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the example. Yeah. So like I said, what winds up happening is a certain type of branding gets put on either side, and what people forget to deep dive into is the fact that they all have the same. That's why it's so that conversation to me is so boring, because it's like, yo, but didn't you just? Come on, man. Like, y'all, you phony. People be peopling, man.
And I think at the end of the day, that's the common denominator right there. People be peopling. It's people.
It's people. It's all people. Anyway, let's get this thing started.
All right, let's do this. Me.
Okay, no, we're not.
Oh, my bad. Welcome everyone to the Black Culture Geeks podcast. This is my man SPJ. And I am Tombstone the Dead Man, and we are just a couple of geeks talking about pop culture from a black perspective.
Facts
indeed. Now, I just really perused over the topics for today, but I would say, correct me if I'm wrong, that it's not too much fussing.
I kind of like front loaded.
Okay.
Yeah. So like as we go along in the show, it'll get less
fussy.
But
it's going to be. Listen, first of all, I'm on the show.
Nigga. So, second of all, I'm on the show.
Right. Like
it's just is. I just had this conversation with somebody recently, and she was like, we were talking about the context of being in a relationship. Right. And she was like, yeah, I'm not for all the fussing and blah, blah, blah. I said, I absolutely love to argue. Not in a relationship though.
Yeah. I don't like that shit at all. Would you say that, would you think it's fair to say that in most relationships, one person is more of the caretaker of the relationship than the other?
Yeah. The vast majority. I think that in most relationships, not even just romantic relationships, there are people, we try to act like there's equality in relationships. We try to act like that's what we really want as well. Right. That's not the reality. There's usually it's not necessarily, I'm not going so far as to say that there's one person that does everything more, but there's usually whatever subcategory, somebody does more than the other. It's usually what the case
usually how it is. And I think it's part and parcel with being part of a team dynamic. Yeah, because if you look at, take the Avengers, for instance, you're not expecting Thor to grab a screwdriver and a fucking computer and figure some shit out like with that way. You're not expecting that from him. Because his job is to hit things very hard.
Or zap them.
Or zap them very hard. And also to be the doorway into a greater power, access to greater power, and understanding not of science, but of like these intricate metaphysical parts of the universe that Tony don't really give a crap about until he need to, right? You don't go to Tony Stark, and he may be the only almost exception to this, but you don't necessarily go to Tony Stark to be the guy, the savage, that you just throw at. This is power.
This is the problem here.
Right.
No, that's Hulk.
Like they do. That's Hulk. Yeah. You throw Hulk at the problem. It's the same thing.
You don't use a sledgehammer to try to mount a painting.
Yeah. Facts.
You don't.
Is
it a tool that can do that? Sure.
Yeah, but that's not what you use it for.
Yeah.
Listen, a lightning bolt is mostly useless when you're putting together a Dyson sphere. Like unless you're trying to power it, but it's mostly it's useless, right? So there are going to be people, and by caretaker, I mean the person that they try to do the best they can to manage the tone of the relationship.
Absolutely.
Because it can get crazy. I've seen it get crazy. I've been literally in environments where people who have somebody advocated their responsibility in that relationship to be the caretaker. And now they're going balls to the wall at each other.
Yeah.
Calling each other all kinds of fucking names. Yeah. Like no cut cards and all that shit. And I'm like, one of y'all probably was and decided to advocate that.
And you're like, no, fuck it. It's too much. I can't do it no more.
I don't want to introduce standards in a relationship that I don't want like to bite me in the ass later. Because it's a certain reason why I don't name call.
Right.
I've never name call any woman. I don't do that because I don't want that shit to start. Right. I don't want that shit to start. Some of the other ways I see people talk to their significant other, I never do that.
Yeah.
Even in the bad relationships I've been in. You know why? Because I don't want to be the one to introduce that. Once you introduce that element in there, it's a precedent been set.
Oh, yeah.
So the moment people are emotionally compromised, like the limitations, it comes right back. You know what I'm saying? So certain things I did not want to establish. I've seen friends of mine refer to their women, their girlfriend wives as bitches. And I'm like, that ain't, I don't get down like that. That's first of all, if I'm with her, she ain't listen.
Right.
I ain't gonna let nobody else do that.
Right.
So what I look like doing it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like that shit crazy, but some people, it's the way it is. It's caretaker syndrome. You know what I mean?
Right. I think part of that is because a lot of people don't understand that effective communication is a selfless act. Effective communication isn't about you getting your point across.
Right.
It's about making sure that your point can be received.
Exactly.
It's two different things.
Exactly. It's
way worried about getting your point across. You are making sure that potentially at the expense of the other person,
and it shuts them down. Like they block. So it's a useless endeavor because they're blocked. Yeah. Like because of the fact that you did all that, you did the most to get your point across. They not listening. They not listening.
That's the crazy thing. I like that you said it that way, because the argument against that is that I shouldn't have to do all this work. You're doing a lot either way.
You are. Because you did a lot. Yo, you did a lot to get your point across.
Right.
You yelled. You did all of that.
Why not just redirect that energy into something that's positive and it's probably going to be more helpful for everybody involved.
Yeah. And just for the general health of the relationship, the long-term health. Because like I said, it was certain women that I was involved with that I knew this wasn't going to it wasn't going to be beyond a certain point because of the energy they had when it came to a dispute. That I don't resonate with that with my significant other. Yeah, I will fuss, yell, and scream at my homeboys and friends all day long. But with my significant other, I don't like that energy. Like, I don't like that. And somebody that is too comfortable with that, we not going to be a thing for long. It'll just be a little thing we playing around, messing around, but it's never going to be that other thing for long term, whatever. Yeah. And look, you see how I am with mine. Like, like, I see a lot of these other guys. They play games. We was having this conversation a little while ago. They play games with their relationship. I'm mess with this one. I'm gonna mess with that one. I do that shit. Fuck that. Because when you find somebody that is all parts of what you need and want, you gonna risk that because of some that shit stupid. That shit dumb.
I want to do that. I'm just be single.
And yeah, right. And which is an option, right? Always an option. Always an option.
Always. I've it's crazy. Just people look at things so differently. Because I've always said this anytime this is brought up. I haven't cheated on anybody as an adult.
As an adult, I like that. I like the way you parse that because that's the same. Same.
Right. I haven't cheated on nobody as an adult. When I was in my late teens, well,
goofy.
When I was in my not so late teens, I did dumb stuff.
It was goofy.
I was a kid. Yeah, I know that. Young, dumb.
I'm gonna say, from the age start dating to probably about 25. Something like that. That's when that shit kind of left me. The whole I need this one, that one, this one, that one. That shit
for me, 21.
That's pretty good.
No, actually 20.
That's 20. Really good.
Yeah, 20.
I was still playing around 25. Just, say one thing, do something else.
I had that conversation with one girl, and she was like, "But you still cheated." What?
But you do realize the context is different.
I was a child.
He was a child. And then also, see, this is a problem with that mentality right there. There is a problem with that. Because what it doesn't allow for is growth.
Right. When I was a child.
You thought as a child.
I thought as a child. I understood as a child. But when I became a man, I was still trash. But
like you weren't a rusted can.
Right.
You were more like
freshly disposed of, kid.
Right. Right. You know what I'm saying? You weren't tossed away because you were rotten.
Right.
You're trash because someone didn't feel like finishing the food. So right.
That was slow. You've served your purpose.
Right. Exactly. So that's what I mean. Like that mentality really does not allow for growth. It's like, oh, if you did that one time, then that's just you. Yeah, that's not how people work.
Needless to say, well, not needless to say, that was the second to last conversation I've had with that.
I know that's right.
But bro, what are you?
Yo, so you mean tell me when I was 14?
That's when it happened.
When I was 14. The shit. So I used to shoplift. Me and my friends, when I was around that age, because we gave no fucks about nothing. So that means I am now forever that. I'm that guy.
Right.
Nah, B. Nah.
B. That's not how that works.
You know what? All you motherfuckers used to shit your pants too.
Yep.
You still shitting your pants? Well, some of you are.
Well, I mean, listen.
Some of y'all still shitting the bed out there.
Oh,
even if it ain't literally. Some of y'all still shitting the bed. For real.
How was your week?
All right, so overall, my week could have been better. Issues with internet stuff and even just the idea of being productive like I'd like to be. That this week also wasn't a good money week for me because the other revenue streams that I have slowed up.
Right.
And so be working on it, but it slowed up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that it's just this week was not good in that respect. But there were shining moments. Like last night when my daughter came home from work, she started watching Rugrats. Because there's actually a new Rugrat thing that they're supposed to be doing, and it's CGI. And she showed me what it looks like on her phone. So it didn't look bad. And they got the original voices, so that kind of makes it, connect more to the original.
Right.
And she was sitting there watching it, and I know all them episodes by heart because that was her jam when she was a little girl. My daughter's 23 now.
Right.
So just sitting there and watching a couple of episodes with her brought this whole wave of nostalgia over me, because that's what we used to do when she was a toddler. You know what I'm saying? So that was a shining point. Also, yesterday was you're so stupid, yo. But bars. but bars. So, I finally dropped the song yesterday. You will not find this on Spotify. You will not find this any place else but a Bandcamp, here on YouTube and SoundCloud or whatever, because I don't own any rights to that beat. Right. So there's no way I could put that in a way for it to be monetized. All right. Yeah. But I tried to contact the original creator of the beat. That did not turn out good. So rather than me sitting on it until I did, I just put the motherfucker out in the ways where I know I could do it without jeopardizing the entire album. If I put that on the album without getting the rights to it, anything can happen. So I'm not going to do that. Right. But I was glad to finally get that one out there and off, whatever. And of course, there's a circle of people that I let hear it before I put it out there.
Yeah.
So, and I got great.
I know this might sound crazy. You still did not tell them the name of the song. Even though
it was yesterday. The name of the song is Yesterday. This nigga's ass. The name of the song is Yesterday.
At that point, established that was the name of the song. Okay.
The name of the song is Yesterday. This guy's ass. And so that does not make you not ass. It does not. I don't know what kind of games you over there playing, but it does not make you not ass. Right?
Okay.
So I got some pretty good feedback from that. This is my main issue.
I don't understand. Because
I did, but here's my issue. Hey, what's up, Cindy?
What's up,
my issue with it is my audience probably spans roughly around 25,000 people. But my stuff, shut up. But it's my music does not. I wish that as soon as I drop something, it rippled like a wave amongst all of them, right? Or at least 70% of them, 70% of them. But it doesn't. It trickles. So I'll still be getting emails about that song
forever.
Next year, this time, a fan was, I just heard. So it's one of them type of things.
Love this new song 3 years later.
Right. Because I'm getting that now from shit off the first album, which was in 2012. So that's kind of how that works. That's my only real regret about all of that, though, is that it does not, because I have a mailing list, but that doesn't mean everybody's checking their mail the same time, or like some people have, like me, I have a shit ton of stuff coming to my email. So if something comes there and I don't get to it, it's going to be buried.
Absolutely.
It's going to be buried. So it's that sort of thing. But other than that, no, I like the way the song came out. I've been fortunate enough in the last, I want to say half a year, maybe a little more than half a year, to have access to better software that I actually like, thanks to SBJ. And so I'm liking sound quality a lot better now than I did before. And there are quite a few other little snippets of songs that are floating out in the not so much in y'all ether, but in my ether over here in my universe, they are either aren't quite done, or I don't know what I'm going to do with them yet. They're just there.
Hey, everybody, be jealous because I'm aware.
Ass.
That's just that. Slow public service announcement.
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah. But yeah, like that. Other than that, that was good. Also, WandaVision.
Oh,
I look forward to WandaVision every Friday, and we're about to lose it because this was episode 8, I believe.
Yep.
So next week is the last episode. Only probably 9. I think 9 episodes.
Yep.
So we gotta wait 2 weeks for Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Yep.
It's one of them type of things.
I am going to be disappointed with the beginning of Falcon and Winter Soldier simply because of how absolutely bananas WandaVision was. Yeah. I'm calling it now. Yeah. If they manage to prove me wrong, I'll gladly admit it. But I'm fairly certain I'm going to be disappointed with the first.
I think you're going to be okay. You know why? Because they're decidedly different styles.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think Falcon and Winter Soldier is definitely leads up to more traditional, what we traditionally know Marvel to be. So they usually start with, some exposition, of course.
I've heard a rumor that, and this is the only
aren't these episodes an hour?
I'm not sure, but this is the only way in my head currently that I won't be disappointed. I heard a rumor that the style of this show is going to be like Winter Soldier.
Yeah, I heard the same shit.
If that is the case, then all right.
Look. Yeah, look, Cindy says it's going to be hard to top WandaVision. It is. WandaVision. See, this is the thing. Allow us to geek out about this for a second, folks. Here's the thing, right, about WandaVision and Marvel Studios just in general. How many creative institutions did you know can consistently snatch hold of the pop culture meme?
Yeah.
Like Marvel Studios did. Like, they took WandaVision.
It's legitimately the #1 show in the world right now. And I'm talking about metric.
By metric.
Yeah.
Yo, the stuff look, when when you're good at this creative shit or you're going in the right direction, when small things from your content go viral. Yeah. The head tilt.
Right.
Nigga, badasses, powerful badasses have been doing the head tilt since at least Jason from Friday. They've been doing that since at least Jason. Right? Wanda did it. It's a thing. Wanda tilts her head. It's a thing, right? Yeah. Even when they did the Agatha reveal.
It's been Agatha. Yo, that shit is going bananas.
Bananas.
All over the place.
And somebody put a beat to it too.
Remix of the. Come on, yo. Stop.
Yo, it's insane.
Nice.
It's insane. Also, the proper usage of social media to make your content a community thing. They've mastered that. We watched Tiana Paris.
Wait.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I want to publicly admit a moment of dumbassery that I had in private. Mm-hmm. So there's really no reason for me to reveal this in public. But I'm doing it anyway. Fuck it.
Right.
Remember the conversation we had about Speed and Wiccan? And I was like, does Speed have magic powers too? I never told you why I asked you that question.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I asked you that question is because I was like, because Wanda is magic. My dumbass forgot that 2 parents birthed twins.
Yeah.
Which one of them was a speedster and one of them was magic.
Right.
Named Pietro and Wanda.
Right.
Traits.
Right.
Be able to do the same. Yeah.
Exactly. Because mitochondria DNA, my dude. I guess it is what it is with that. But
that shit hit me yesterday when I was watching it. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Right.
Yo, I mean, I'm just saying, bro, like I shared with SPJ the other day the Instagram story of Tiana Paris doing her little video with a little dance to the Agatha thing. It's a whole bop, and she's not wrong. It is a whole bop. But see, shit like that brings a smile on the face of the people that are fans of the content. That shit's ingenious, and it seems organic, and it seems like that's something that, let me tell you something. It's more than just money. Money is important, but it's more than just money. Yeah. These people enjoy doing what they're doing.
Well, but I mean, it's a cycle too. If you enjoy what you're doing, you build up good faith.
Yep.
Leads to more money.
Yep. Yep. Which is why it's always been a dream for almost everybody that I know, that especially people that are in the creative space, to be able to make money doing the things that they enjoy doing.
Right.
You know, that's a thing. That's a literal thing. So like you catch the vibe from these actors. Man, remind you, a lot of these are young actresses, actors, you know, and they probably, let's see.
Matter of fact, they released the I feel like it had to be Disney because of some of the clips that were in it. Yeah. They released a supercut. I meant to share it with you. They released a supercut of MCU actors dancing to Agatha All Alone.
I gotta see that. I got to see that.
They had outtakes from the Avengers movie, so they had like Thor in full costume dancing.
That shit probably was amazing, yo.
Oh,
but this is how you create a community around your content and constantly entertain them. Thanks. Right? Keep them entertained, keep them feel connected to it, because people like I am one of those people that will go and follow the actors and see what they're doing in their shit. And so very rarely have I been disappointed by any of their antics on there. They all seem to generally enjoy doing what they're doing. And it comes across. So it's like, who else other than them, than Marvel Studios, that in current times, that knows how to, even after a layover, even after the shittiest year that a lot of us have had in the recorded history of our lives, shittiest year, they still managed to do that. So you got to take your hats off to them. So that was a shining moment for just a lot of first in that episode. A lot of first in that episode for me, right? So that's dope.
Heard the name
Scarlet Witch. The first time they talked about runestones. Just, you know what I'm saying? Like, first. So it's like these are all good things. It helped improve my mood, and it does help to kind of counterbalance the other shit, even if it's just a little, you know. But that's overall been my week. That and figuring out what else I'm going to do with some of this music and how I'm gonna put it together and do what I'm gonna do, because I really do want to do an actual rollout for a project, a rollout, and like kind of very similar to what I used to do. You know, right now I've done a couple of music videos before, but nothing elaborate.
It's coming,
but it's coming. But I want to do it in combination with, you know what it is?
Yeah,
this is a case of me not wanting to overthink, but at the same time, I don't want to underproduce.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I gotta find that balance, you know. But yeah, that's pretty much been my week.
Okay.
What about yours?
Yeah. So obviously the whole WandaVision thing. Come on now, cut it out. It's in the name, Black Culture Geeks. Also,
right,
Black Culture Geeks. Because hold up, move this. Yeah, Black Culture Geeks. Because you know that's what we do. We got merch. We do have merch.
We do have merch, y'all.
So yeah, WandaVision, absolutely. Work was cool. Nothing too crazy about that. The work in general, work since certain things have happened at the end of last year has been just a breeze. I went bowling.
In your house?
No, look, listen.
Oh.
Listen. Anyway, I went bowling for the first time in over a year, and I was absolute dumpster juice for the first game. For the first entire game. Complete dumpster juice. Then I started getting back into the swing of things. You know how muscle memory and all that shit works. You just gotta do it. You just have to do it in order for it to catch up. So that
I
was
hate bowling.
What?
I do.
Why?
I do.
Why hate?
It doesn't do it for me.
I
so hate is strong. Hate is strong. I don't. It just don't. It don't. I've gone.
Yeah.
It just don't. And then the last time I went,
you hurt yourself.
I just played pool.
Okay.
I wouldn't play pool. Yeah.
That's nice. Yeah. Well, see, bowling has a quote unquote special place in my life. Mm-hmm. It was one of the things that my uncle took us to do for
the one that passed away the other year.
No, not that one.
Oh.
Not that. But it was like the whole male bonding thing. So he used to take us, you know, out and bowling. And then when I got older and after I graduated high school, I wasn't really in touch with most of my. When I went to College Park, I was in College Park. It was 2005, and you know, cell phones weren't what they are now.
Right.
Facebook had literally just started, so like you're not really in touch with your old friends like that for real.
Right.
So when I came back, that was still kind of the case, and then niggas started going bowling, and it was a thing that we went bowling pretty much every weekend for a good 3-4 years, and that is kind of what got me back close to some of my older friends.
Right.
So yeah, bowling has an interesting part in my life. But yeah, so that was fun. And oh yeah, also the music. I think that I may have put together the best song that I've.
That shit is fire.
Produced. And when I say produced, I'm not just talking about beat. I'm talking about like I think
that shit's fire. That shit is fire.
So yeah, that's gonna be a part of the project that I'm currently working on. And is that it? I think that might be it. I think that's
one of the things I like about the multi-world conglomerate, so to speak. One, of course, is the level of productivity. I think when you have as many people that are passionate about creating content and not just being an NPC online,
right?
You're going to get a lot of shit done, even if it's just based off of individual efforts of the people in the group.
Thanks.
Under the same umbrella of multi-world, there's a lot of stuff that's going to come out, and that's basically what happens. You got Adequate over there with Addy's Game Room. He streams damn near every goddamn night. Very, very interesting and entertaining.
I don't know if I can say this or not. You might be mad at me, but that's fine because that's big bro, and I'll take my 5 minutes if I have to. Hey, God damn it! But I'm also going to be producing his next project. So
that's dope. That's dope. See, this is the type of shit I'll be talking about, right?
Yeah.
There was a time, maybe about 10 years ago, a little less than 10 years ago, when I wanted that whole mix of just like creators.
Yeah.
But I wanted them in a certain space.
Right.
Meaning they didn't need to be all rappers.
Right.
And all they did was rap.
Right.
Nah, I wanted the whole thing, especially stuff that was centered around video content, because even back then I knew that there are layers to content creating, and music is just one layer.
Yeah.
You have music, and then you have music videos,
right,
which help to tell the story and expand the landscape of the idea or the concept, right?
Yeah.
So it's the same way with content. Like, I wanted a bunch of vloggers, you know, shit. Like I wanted that, and just be in a group and we produce this content. So to see that finally come to fruition, because at one point there was people that I had in mind, but they just didn't have the same. They didn't have a vision.
Right.
They didn't. They just didn't. It wasn't. They were focused on a specific type of content, and they did not see any way out of that content that they would want to engage in, to add on to that, not to stop doing what they were doing, but to add on to that. They didn't. It wasn't for them.
Right.
So to finally find people that understand the vision that I have and where it can grow, and also see just the crazy potential. Because sometimes it's a matter of being able to see outside yourself and see what these other people. You see what these other people over here doing?
Absolutely.
You see what these other people over here doing? And what they're over there doing is not as difficult as you may think. It's not out of your reach. You just got to do a little bit more work towards it. But it's not out of your reach to do. And I think some people felt like, well, how am I going to be able to do that? And I ain't never had that thought, yo. Like, that's never been me. But how would you, well, they obviously did it. Right? Right? They obviously did it. So it's obviously a way to do it. I just got to find out what they did. To have just a conglomerate of people with a very similar mindset that do want to create, that do want to be more than NPCs online, right? Yeah. They do want to be more than that. Because at the end of the day, I've said this 1,000 times. I'll say it 1,000 times more. It is the content creators that make the internet interesting.
Thanks.
The content creators, from the bloggers, vloggers, people just doing even people doing music, all the people that produce some sort of content, put that out there. People that's making memes, that literally have meme pages. It's the content creators that make the internet super interesting.
Shall inherit the earth.
Say again.
The content creators shall inherit the earth.
Yo, exactly. What's up, Kat? What you doing? Oh, this is your second time coming over here. That means you must want to go outside.
Yeah, likely.
Ain't that what that is? And look, he turned his body towards where the door is, then looked back at me.
Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, let me let him out. Continue.
But you were talking. God damn it. I hate it when he does this. It's one thing if I was in the middle of a conversation or I was reading an article or something like that, and he was like, all right, I gotta get up. Go ahead, keep going. But he literally stopped the speech that he was in the middle of to get up. Really? And now he's left me talking about nothing. I can't jump into the topic because actually, that's what we're going to do, because him being here during this point in time doesn't matter. All right, so we're just going to start with today in history, just like it's going to be a thing. It's going to be a thing. Where's my list? So, birthdays. Today in history. Chili, the singer from TLC. 1971. Tony Gonzalez, American football player, tight end for the Chiefs and I think the Falcons. I might be wrong about the Falcons, but whatever it is. 1976, Chelsea Clinton, y'all know who she is. 1980. Today in 1984, the Pepsi commercial, the famous Pepsi commercial where Michael Jackson did.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, that premiered on MTV today in 1984. 1990. Speaking of things that aged incredibly poorly, Milli Vanilli's Rob Pilatus shared his perspective on life with Time magazine. In the interview, he said, musically, we're more talent than any Bob Dylan or Paul McCartney. Mick Jagger can't produce a sound. I'm the new Elvis. Milli Vanilli, ladies and gentlemen.
Didn't both of them brothers gone?
gone from
like died.
Fight Guys.
I know. I don't know. One of them committed suicide. I'm trying to remember if the other one's gone too.
I'm not sure. Only thing I know about Milli Vanilli is that they was wrong. Like, the only thing, I ain't gonna hold you. Also in 1990, on this day, Janet Jackson's first concert tour began in Pensacola, Florida. It was the Rhythm Nation World Tour. Tickets were sold to a dress rehearsal concert on February 17th. This day in 1827, New Orleans held the first Mardi Gras celebration, which I had never attended, and now it looks like I won't ever attend one. So, that's that. And 1997, Don Cornelius received his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. That is today in history, ladies and gentlemen.
So, to answer that one question I read about Milli Vanilli, Fab is still alive. But I'm trying to look at the other brother, Rob. Yeah, Rob died in 1998 at 33. He killed himself. Just to get that reference, both of them are not dead. Both of them are not dead. Just but they were wrong.
They were wrong.
They were wrong.
Dead.
Yeah, but they were wrong.
Yeah, they were wrong.
They definitely were wrong.
Definitely. Moving on to this first topic. Hood names on job applications. I have a. should I read the article? I'm gonna read the article first. I have a video.
Okay.
Video of a black woman HR professional. Actually, no. I'm just gonna play the video.
Tips from the HR department. Hood names and resumes. Listen, are we judging you? Yes, we are. I'm just trying to keep it real. When we see a name that's, I don't know, hard to pronounce or has a la, ka, and equa on it, we are judging you by your name first. But let your experience speak for you. Now, let me say this. If you have a middle name that may be less hood, do your initial, your middle name, and your last name, okay? It will get you in the door, and then you get in there and code switch your ass off, get that job, and be the boss that you are. Follow me for more tips.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to respond just yet or to you after you read the
I might not even read the listen. All right. Now, again, as I often say on the show, Tim and I do not specialize in speaking on topics that we are not in the demographic,
right?
And as Landon Taylor and James Davis, we don't fit into this category,
right? We don't.
But I'm torn.
See, this is my position. I'm torn too, because there's a lot about that is toxic and very trash. About that. But then there's the other part of me that is like, you have to live in the time that you're
art of war, my guy.
Yeah.
Know thy enemy as you know thyself.
But my issue too is, see, there's ways you can go with this. Someone that was named that by their parents.
Yeah.
What they supposed to do? What they supposed to do now? You know what I'm saying?
Whoa.
Yeah, what they supposed to do now?
All possibilities. Technically, you could change your name.
You could.
Now that's a hassle.
Yes, it is.
I'm not saying that as if it's easy.
Yes, it is.
It is hard. It's hard enough for a woman who gets divorced to change their name.
Yup. Ask my mom's
maiden name.
Yeah.
So in no way am I trying to say that it's easy to just change your name.
Yeah. Why are you poor when you could just get money?
Right.
It's one of those type of things.
All right. Before we continue, let me read some of these comments because this was a TikTok and they gathered her.
I'm sure they did.
So here we go. Unique names. HR videos reminds me more and more of why I don't want to go into the workforce again. Here's the thing. I don't have enough context to properly address your comment. So I'll do the flip sides of the coin. If you don't want to go into the workforce again, and that is because you are your own boss out this bitch.
Yeah.
More power to you, sis.
Yeah.
If you don't want to go to the workforce again and you are solely choosing to depend on other people to provide for you, and then you might want to go ahead and hop back in.
But it depends on the people that she got taken care of.
Yeah, that's true.
If it's a husband, if it's family.
Here's the thing. I saw this video, and this girl, this black woman, she's quite aggressive in a good way. And I don't know if it's, obviously I have no way of knowing if it's her personality or not. She's a TikToker. But on the couple instances that I've watched pieces of her live stream, she doesn't behave that way. So I think it is a part, I think it's done on purpose.
Yeah, it's part of her. Yes, character.
But she made the point that because I think, I don't know if it came from the Cardi B song. I know that the original argument is an argument that's been going on forever.
Yeah.
But the thing about no woman should want a broke dude. She said no woman should want a broke dude, but no dude should want a broke woman either. Okay. And she was saying that financial responsibility is a great thing to have in a relationship from both parties.
You would think.
Yeah. And then some dude made a video responding to her saying no, that's not what we're looking for. I don't care how much money you have. That's not why I chose you. And she responded and said, no, financial responsibility from both parties is good because of things like people staying in toxic relationships for financial reasons.
Yep.
Toxic relationships even developing because of financial reasons.
Yep.
If one of you decides that you no longer are served by this relationship, if you were both financially responsible, then you could go ahead and leave. Also, if you both are in a relationship and you're in it for the long haul and something happens to one of you, the other one can pick up the slack.
Yeah.
So
this is the thing about that. Because there is so much truth in what everybody is saying that I think it's the fact of the matter is
one detriment, not the one, but that is one of the detriment of TikTok.
Absolutely, because you can't get nuance and context.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing. He is right when he says that's not what he's looking for. A lot of guys aren't looking for that. They weren't taught to look for it.
Right.
They weren't taught that that's an expectation. They were taught that they were supposed to be the one, that's so it's hard when a society has focused on a certain custom for so long that it literally has indoctrinated the citizens in the society with that to then go and say, well, boy, it's hard to do that, even though it's right. Because she's right. There's all kinds of benefits from all of that happening. All kinds of benefits.
Right.
I think the other thing about that is it's about how people are taught what to look for in a relationship and how old you are at the time you're looking. Let me tell you something. When I was like in my teens, that wasn't what
nigga, no, not at all.
That wasn't, you know what I'm saying? So right. That didn't matter at all. It's not till you got older and you start factoring that in. But even with that, I factored that in even late as an adult.
Right.
Because it wasn't, of course, within reason. Like, you didn't want to complete narrative.
You're not gonna go
right. Like
find a homeless woman.
Right. But that wasn't a main thing of thinking about the benefits of that being the case. But some of these expectations I find to be really weird when placed next to the reality. You live in a society that does not value workers.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be situations that take place that's going to disadvantage workers, and they're not going to have money, and they're not going to do it. It's that sort of thing. I think people overlook certain things about the principle you may have and the reality on the ground. Right. So no, you can totally choose not to get involved with anybody if you don't feel that you are financially up to the standard. A lot of guys I know will do that. They will not. If they're not, they won't even holler at her. They won't even holler at a girl because they're not right. They're not right. That's because that's what they was taught. That's what they was taught. The problem is when stuff leans too heavy on either side. Like when it's, I will only date someone that's wealthy.
Right.
There's a reason there is a meme of the 1%. Right? There's a reason that's a meme. It's not a whole bunch of people that's super wealthy. So chill. Like you really gonna be disappointed a lot of times. Right? Also, like you said, when somebody is the sole breadwinner, and that person is in a situation where they are being toxic.
Yeah.
The person that is not feels even more restricted and restrained from leaving because their livelihood is kind of wrapped up into that.
Yep.
So, yeah, it can be dangerous even for your quality of life.
Or your life.
Or your life in general. You know what I'm saying? It can be one of those type of things. My mom's dealt with a similar situation. But it got to a point where she was like, either he gonna kill us or I'm gonna wind up killing him to protect them.
Right. Gotta get out of here.
You gotta get out of there. So she of course learned how to take financial care of herself and of her kids, but it was a struggle growing up. That shit was ass. And of course, when I was young, I didn't really care about stuff. I saw things on TV. I want that and didn't realize why I couldn't have it.
Right.
You know what I mean? I didn't realize it. And then I got old enough to understand, which was probably around, I'm gonna say 6 or 7. And my mom had to talk. and because I'm a mama's boy, all she had to do was tell me that one time.
Right.
And that's how I moved from that point on. Much to the chagrin of my aunts. Especially my favorite aunt was my Aunt Ann. Because when we would be out with her and Christmas time or something, was birthday or something was coming, and somebody would say, oh, don't you want to get that for your birthday? I would always say what my mama said.
Right.
We poor. And my aunt hated that shit. My aunt hated that shit. My aunt hated that.
Oh, God.
She hated that shit. But that's look, we poor.
Hey. Hey, baby.
Yeah.
This is what it is.
That would be nice.
You can talk that even all you want.
Right. That's your wants. That's cool, but
all right. So the next comment: I work in HR and have for 14 years. I do not agree. I look at hundreds of resumes and never judge a name. I am looking at experience and skills. Here's the thing. Are we? And this isn't even a judgment. This is just a legitimate question, an open-ended rhetorical question. Are we supposed to ignore reality?
No, I don't think we're supposed to ignore reality. But I do think you ought to put the sins of the father.
Right,
is not a good look.
Right.
That child didn't name themselves. That person did not name themselves. Somebody else named them that. So to try to forge a connection between their credibility as a worker with what their mom or dad named them is kind of
absolutely wrong.
Yeah,
but it's what happens.
Oh, I know it happens.
So what I'm saying is, this one person this one she looks black. One black woman who doesn't do that is not indicative of the reality in this country.
Right.
B, just because you slide them through to other people don't mean that those people aren't doing that.
Yeah, they could be doing the same thing.
Right.
I also think some of this shit too, this is the other part of this that's really ugly to me. I don't know how to change it, but it's really ugly. A lot of this is stooped in white cultural superiority.
Absolutely.
They'll see a name that is not necessarily a hood name. It could be an African name. My wife's name is Ayetta. You know, like, and they'll say, "Oh, that's hood." So I'm not. You don't know enough about Black or African culture, any kind of African cultures,
right?
To call that hood, it just looks different than your Europeanized, Westernized name. Yeah. And I don't know what we do for that. Like, so do Black people stop expressing their cultural and ethnic heritage through their names. And there is so much wrong with just allowing that to be the case for so long. It's so much erasure in that.
Absolutely.
It's so much erasure in that. And for a group that has had to deal with erasure for the longest time, like, yo, listen, I love y'all cool folks, but I don't want to be a caramel colored Caucasian. I'm not interested in that. Right. I'm not interested in that. So it's like, there's got to be something, but I don't have any solutions. But there's got to be something, because how do you get inside somebody's head and decide and figure out if that's the reason they told you no? How do you do that? How do you do it? I don't know how you do it. I don't know. So my question is, does our entire community, do we need to completely Europeanize in order to survive over here? Because then I don't think you survived. I think you died. As a community, you died. You died. You're not what you were. They have effectively now taken everything from you.
Right.
You can't even have that. So it's a collective no nigga to everything. Like, you can't even. Now, when something's obvious, it's like, yo, you should not have named your kid that. Some things are obvious.
No. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. I agree, absolutely, but we're not doing that because where's the line? And who's to say what the line is as far as being obviously?
They are.
That's my point. So, listen. Working in HR is one thing. I'm IT, who has had part in developing an application.
IT, intelligent thug.
Shut up. No. Who has had part in developing, working on an application system for a rental company. Right. I see all kinds of names.
Right.
All the time.
I bet you do.
A bunch of names that I'm like, come on, yo.
Right.
Like, just simply, yo, like, come on, yo. This is like, to where there's even a joke that I make with only one or two Black women that work in my job, where they say a name and I'm like, that's not a name.
Yo, don't. This is what I want people not to do. We're saying, when I say obvious, I mean you named your kid Malt Liquor. That's their first name. That's their first name. Like,
what about Chardonnay? What about Portia? What about Alizé?
Is Portia a real name, though?
What do you mean?
Is Portia a real name?
I don't know.
What I mean by that is, there's a car.
Yeah.
Porsche, whatever.
Yeah.
Porsche.
But that's just how
that come from a name. Like, is that?
I mean, it's spelled the same way, but that's just
right. Right.
Like Chardonnay, Alizé, Portia. Like, is that what you mean when you say obvious? Because
it's hard to say.
That's what I'm saying.
It's hard to say, but they do, and that's a problem.
Right. And that's a problem. Here's the thing: being an adult,
you can't have ice cream for dinner.
Is understanding that just because something's wrong doesn't mean it benefits you to buck it.
Right. Sometimes you just have to season the shit sandwich to your taste.
Right.
That's true.
So,
but I'm not entirely certain that this should be, again, having absolutely no solution for this at all.
Right.
But I feel like this is too big and too expansive and too much of a negative burden on a community when you're talking about livelihoods and shit. That's big. So it's not like, when you live, there's a tree and then there's branches. Right? There's branches on a tree. Let's say the tree of that is anti-black shit. That's the tree, the trunk, anti-black. And then there's branches off of that. Some branches are small. Some branches are thick and long. That seems like a thick, long ass branch. Because then we, as a community, that's the question I want to ask. As a community, do we decide from that on we only name our kids Europeanized names?
I have a question.
I just want to know that.
I have a question. Do you know why your name is your name?
Yes.
Why?
My mom named me after Michael Landon. She had a crush on Michael Landon. He's an actor from Little House on the Prairie, Highway to Heaven. But back then she had watched I Was a Teenage Werewolf, black and white horror film, and he was in that. She named me Landon because she didn't want to name me Michael because there's a lot of Michaels, but she didn't see a lot of Landon, so she picked the Landon part. That's why my name is my name.
Okay. I don't know who the fuck that is. Is he black?
No.
Okay. So I would argue that in her case, that's not erasure.
Which I'm trying to figure out. Talking about in the case of the HR person?
No. In the case of your mother.
No, that's not. Because here's the thing. The reason why that's not erasure is because, one, she named me before she had any, how can I put this? Cultural awareness, which she wound up getting eventually. Right. She named me that then. Two, it was not based off of, it wasn't based off of, I'm trying to protect him from HR, and it wasn't based off that.
2 questions on those 2 points.
Right.
Accidental erasure is still erasure.
Absolutely.
So not being aware doesn't really.
Hey, you preaching to the choir, bro. I don't preach to the choir. That family named Cooper. How many Coopers? How many Coopers in Africa 400 years ago? Right. So you preach to the choir.
I'm James Davis. So I don't. But the second point, maybe not. All right. So with the second point, we come to the question of intent versus action.
Yeah.
Because if I like something and it just so happens to benefit me, is that really that different from me not liking something that benefits me? As far as outcome is concerned.
Oh, outcome, no. But there is a difference there. You're a lot more comfortable with something that you like.
Absolutely.
You don't like.
Absolutely.
You know?
But how much does the comfort, because if you're talking about comfort, there's a tentacle that connects to integrity.
Yeah, absolutely. But
how far do you? Yeah, and I don't. To be honest, reaching integrity.
I don't know. This is one of those cultural questions where, to me, a community is going to have to look inward about what's important to us, because there's micro problems and then there's macro problems.
Right.
And I would argue that one of the macro problems from a historical standpoint is you're done as a people. You're done. If you keep surrendering the things that make you who you are to the larger group that already beat your ass and took your shit and make sure you couldn't get new shit. You know what I'm saying? There's a macro problem there. Like, for instance, and anybody that has studied anything about ancient cultures, knows that there are situations where the larger culture comes in and swallows up the smaller culture to the point where no one even remembers that smaller culture anymore. They're all fit under the umbrella of that large culture. Persia used to do that shit all the time. At a certain point.
Was when I was in Kenya. It was all UK.
See, they come in and they swallow you. They swallow you.
Yeah.
And I think I am worried about both, but I don't have any solutions because this shit started before I was born.
Yeah,
but I am worried about the idea that after all the shit we've been through, do we then surrender? Because if we surrender that, what else? What else? Like what else is uncomfortable? You know, they got skin bleach out there. It's out there. I see the people use it. What else are we not comfortable with that makes our lives? My great uncle Sylvester, he said to my grandfather one time, "I love being black, but it sure is inconvenient."
Right.
He's not wrong.
No.
So how far are we willing to assimilate to make things comfortable for us? And do we really want to put the energy there as opposed to energy in other places that would allow us to keep something of who we were? Something. Because it's cool for right now from a very base standpoint of, yo, you got to get this job. Yo, you got to get the job because you got to get the money to take care of your personal basis things. But in the 200 years of that, are we just going to be an asterisk somewhere? Like 200 years, we going to be an asterisk?
Comments. Somebody says, I know what you're saying. Basically, it's not supposed to happen, but it does. From all different people reading that resume, even your own. Somebody else says, so are the names that are hard to pronounce only names representing Black culture?
This is a question I'm asking too.
Or is this true for Russian and Asian names?
And Polish guys. I worked with a Polish guy. His last name was uncomfortable.
Skibitskibich.
Yo, it was uncomfortable for me.
Skutsky. Like, yeah.
If we only doing us like that,
right.
I don't know. Like, I don't know.
The language is so problematic that judgment is the root of unfair treatment. Meanwhile, your lashes are speaking for you.
Yo, that was.
Hey, I'm just reading the comments.
I get it. You don't make the weather. You just read the report. I get it.
I'm an HR generalist and sis. Speak for yourself. When I see hood names, I look closer at the resume, then submit to the hiring manager right away. Again,
you're still submitting it to somebody else who might be doing what she's doing. Yep.
Somebody else. Why are the names considered hood? Those names are cultural, not hood. Stop judging people. Period.
That depends. That's not. Yo, that's not 100%. That's not 100%.
Let's not.
That's not 100%.
Yeah, let's not. All right. Okay. Another question.
Mm-hmm.
How many individuals have to do something before it's considered cultural?
Both of them.
I don't mean like a specific number, but I mean like how pervasive.
Okay, so for me, the word culture is a tricky thing. It is. Because I would like to think that culture is about a way of life. But if your culture perpetuates death, is it really a culture? It doesn't further. Y'all can't maintain doing that shit. So if we're sparsing the definitions of it, and we're just simply saying culture is just something that a bunch of people do. These are customs, traditions, ways of behavior and thinking, and that a group of people does. I don't know what the number is. I don't know what the number is, but I think I don't even know how to calculate it. I think some things are obvious.
Yeah.
Obvious. Some things aren't really so obvious. But I also think if it's not so obvious, then is it really cultural? If it's not so obvious, I feel
like the names that you would be mad at if someone called you that, then they didn't know your name because you. I think those are the names that you're naming our children.
Yeah. That's true.
That's just now. There's exceptions. Of course, there are exceptions to every rule. Like, for instance, there are probably white, not even just white, they're probably racist that will call a black woman that they don't know Felicia, but that's because of the whole bye Felicia thing. So that's not necessarily that Felicia itself is that bad of a name. That comes from something.
Felicia is a name. But Felicia is just the name. Like my favorite aunt. My name is Felicia. Right.
I'm like Bonquisha. There are Bonquishas that exist out here.
They are.
So, but if somebody that don't know you calls you Bonquisha, it's an issue.
You know they're only saying like, yo, classic example. Right. If somebody calls you Hakeem,
right?
You know why they doing that shit.
Right.
You know, language itself is very iffy and very tricky. And I don't know how we change. Well, I know how languages change and evolve, but I don't know how that what takes the most amount of work. Does it take the most amount of work to change the evolution of a language where a name one time was not considered a person's name, but now it is considered a person's name? Or is it less work to work on HR? Like, I don't know. I don't know.
All right, so here's a couple of interesting comments. So she's just helping to perpetuate a cycle we already know that's currently in place without trying to change that stigma as a black person. She's actively playing a part of the problem. A person's name is simply that, a fucking name.
So there are some things in that I agree with,
right,
but I don't agree with the last part.
Right.
Only because
if it was just a name, then then you could name them something that fits, quote unquote.
Right. It's not that people have all different types of reasons for naming people. Some people name it after other family members. There was a celebrity, like in my case with my mom, that somebody was infatuated with. There's all kinds of reasons. So it's not just a fucking name. There's some names. Some people want a biblical name for that kid. It's all kinds of names.
I'm fairly certain for it. At least three of the guys in my family were named from the Bible.
See, so I'm hesitant. I understand what she's trying to say, but I'm hesitant to just say it's just the fucking name because everybody has different reasons for naming people what they named them.
It wouldn't matter.
Yeah,
all right. So the next comment, she was putting people up on game that it happens. She didn't say she agreed with it.
That's what it sounded like she was doing too. But she also said, "No, wait a minute, hold up." She did say,
"Well, hold on." She didn't say she agreed with it and didn't speak on what and anything she was doing to change it. Now the do-rag is a whole nother matter. That's funny. And the response to that is she literally said, "We are judging you."
Yeah, she said that.
But we know how language works.
Was it the royal we?
See, here's the thing. Could she have been speaking on a macro level when she said we? It's possible. She could have been saying, I'm an HR specialist. HR specialists are judging you.
You know what this sounds like to me to be an argument for, though? Just look at their qualifications, dog. Like, see how we gotta go through the rabbit hole and the wormholes of that. Or maybe did she say it because of this? Because that's how language is a motherfucker. All right.
Listen to me clearly. You might have to slap the shit out of me because I'm about to say something that most would never expect to come out of my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
I think the issue with just looking at qualifications is that it's not currently possible as long as affirmative action is a thing.
I disagree.
Why?
Because affirmative action is not just giving somebody a job because they're black. You have to also be qualified.
It's not. Well, we both know it's not a black thing anyway. It's
it started out that way, but we aren't the ones that took advantage of it as much. Yeah.
So no, what I mean is I'm not saying hire because they're a minority. I'm saying we have to look past qualifications to make sure we meet those quotas. That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely. But I think what it is we include other things. We don't say, well, in this case, exclude that. No, we include the other things. So we got a certain amount of people here, certain amount of people that apply for this job. There is I hate to use the term quota, but I don't know another word to use for it. Right. There's a certain there's a representation of a certain community that needs to get this job. So out of those amount of people that applied, let's look at this is how many we need to show representation so we're not in trouble. So that doesn't mean that me as an employer is going to snatch your ass up.
Right.
And you don't have no experience in this shit.
Right.
And I ain't doing that.
My next counter, what if they're equally qualified?
Then I go with how many we got already.
No. I'm not talking about affirmative action anymore.
Oh, okay. All right.
Name thing. If
in other words, how do we then make the decision? Right. That's a good point. Flip a coin. I don't know. I don't have an answer. I don't. So, like, but
you have to stumble across two applicants and their qualifications are damn near identical. One might be stronger in one thing than the other, but the other one is stronger in another thing than the other.
Right.
What the fuck do you like?
Right.
What do you do?
Now, if I go and look at their and do an actual background check and go and talk to their former employers, maybe I could get some sort of a.
That makes sense because it's far less likely that will be even.
Yeah, because people's behavior on jobs varies. So at the point where they're both qualified, I'm looking at temperament too, potential temperament. I don't want somebody that's going to come there that has a history of being an ass at the workplace, even though they're qualified. Nah, fuck you. You don't need to be in here with that bullshit. So I'm probably going to go with temperament. Who would I like to work around? Like, who would I like to work? Who I wouldn't mind being in the office with, or digging the ditch with, whatever the fuck we do, flipping a burger with, whatever we doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, who would I prefer to be? And I think, but I am also not certain because I don't do HR.
Yeah,
my wife does, has an HR degree and all that, but I am not certain if that is legal or not legal because I remember I had to get a job because I fucked up and I was on my way to court in a few months, so I needed a job so I didn't walk inside the courthouse and the judge going, so you ain't, so oh no, you just out there fucking up, getting in trouble, right? So I went and got a job, and on that job, I clearly recall I worked there, Sean Black worked there, and my homeboy Kedrick worked there. It was at Sizzler's a steakhouse, right? And I remember we had a good time on that job, but some of us had more of a good time than others than they should have had. Kedrick, for instance, was one of those. Kedrick was having too much fun, and it didn't make him a great worker, and it didn't ingratiate himself with the manager, Clarence, right? So when he left the job, and I can't remember if he was fired or he quit. I can't remember which one it was. He went and applied to a furniture store called Caldors, which I don't even think is around anymore.
I remember Caldor though.
Remember Caldors? Yeah. He went and applied to Caldors. Caldors calls down to Sizzlers, and I happened to be in the back next to where Clarence's office was because I worked the salad bar, so I was doing the prep. I heard Clarence distinctly say, "Read my lips. Kedrick," and it said his last name, "is not a good worker." And I was told that was illegal for him to do.
Really?
That when someone calls a job for a reference, they're calling to find out, did they actually work there? What the actual salary was and why they left. Not that other shit. That's what I was told that it was illegal to do. Now I don't know if that's true or not because I never saw anything to back that up. But at the time, I was told that was illegal. You can't do no shit. And I went and told my man, it's like, yo, they trying to blackball you. They're trying to blackball you. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. So I don't know if it's legal, but I'm definitely looking for temperament. I don't want to.
All right. As far as it being legal, now I don't know if this is connected at all. This is just the information that I have with something that's similar, but might have nothing to do with it.
Right.
At my place of work, we are absolutely allowed to ask when we do job verifications. We're absolutely allowed to ask, what is the likelihood of continued employment?
Ooh, maybe it's the way you got to word it.
Maybe.
Because a lot of legal shit is about the wording.
Right.
So maybe it's the way you got to word it.
So I don't know if that's different with apartment leasing versus job hiring.
No, right. I know what you're saying.
I don't know if that's different. But I know that it is a question that we absolutely ask.
Right.
Whenever we do job verification.
It might be a case of wording, yo. It might be wording.
It's possible. All right. So another comment. This is a prime example of how respectability politics, professionalism, and racial bias in the workplace takes place. Did this sort of thinking? Yes, except for the end, because there's really not.
I don't know what you could do about it.
What do you suggest? I don't know. All right, hold on. Let me be clear. Let me be very clear. There's a difference between doing your part and ending something.
Right.
Maybe I'm being semantical. It's possible.
Mm-hmm.
But I see way too many comments under this insinuating that this one person has the power to end this.
They don't though. They don't. They can only do their part. Well, maybe that person. See, this is the thing about language. Maybe that they were talking about in general did this sort of thinking. Maybe they weren't talking about her being the one that does it for everybody. She was saying in general. This is why I'm saying language is so fucked up that how much energy, like
things mean different things when they want to.
Right. So again, the amount of energy do we change the way language works?
No, we can't.
Or do we change? Which is easier, changing HR practices or changing the way language works?
I have the answer though. To fix it, the solution is
the final solution.
Well, yeah, it's just not going to happen. Effective communication is the answer.
Oh no, I was thinking you was thinking of another answer. When I said final solution, I mean life at the people. Life at the people.
But we talked about this before we started the show. Effective communication is a selfless act. It's not about you.
Right.
It's about making sure your point is understood, not making sure not making sure you get your point across.
Right.
Making sure your point is understood.
Facts.
So that's what it would take, and that will never happen because inherently we are selfish, and even when we're not trying to be selfish, it might be an issue of awareness. There are things that
awareness is a big deal.
Should be clear.
Awareness is definitely a big deal.
And there are times when I'm unaware that this person might not understand what it is that I'm actually trying to say. Facts. And they completely misconstrue it.
Facts.
And at the end of the day, technically, it was my fault because
I didn't express your point as clear as
right.
Yeah, I don't, like I said, some of this stuff is cultural in the sense that if somebody from an African nation immigrates over here to the United States and they clearly have a tribal, this is their cultural family name, and they go in there and somebody sees that and they go, I already got assumptions about that person just from their name. That's a problem with here because that person and where they come from, if they got a job, nobody would look at that name like it was weird.
Right.
So it's like, because for the most part, they're homogenized as a group over there. Over here, there are several different groups from several different ethnic backgrounds, different ethnic cultures, all this stuff that's happening here. And this is one of the problems with a society that's made up like that. Right. Because humans feel more comfortable around people that are like themselves.
This is clear. This is clear. This is clear. And I quote, she has the power to stop this and she won't.
She does?
Right.
Wait a minute. Is she HR?
Has the power to stop this and she won't.
But does she though? She's HR, right?
Listen, the tag for this person is Thanos supporter. So I don't
the woman that in the video, she's HR.
Yeah.
So is she responsible for hiring people?
I don't know.
Or is she responsible for putting the application through so that people get a interview? Let me hold on. Yada, does the HR hire people or they just?
It depends on the level. HR is personnel, so it could be they could be the ones just placing the ad. They could be doing an interview. They could be doing the one making a hiring decision. So
right.
It depends on what level they are in the
So what Yetta's basically saying is there are levels to that.
Yeah,
depends on the level the person is a company. If they are,
and how big the company is,
and how big the company is, right? So as a HR directors, like what Yetta was, they do the hiring and the firing.
right?
You know what I'm saying? And I remember when I worked at Philips, that's the same way. Like I could fire somebody, but it still has to go through HR. Right. I got to file a report. I got to do all this other shit. You know, so
and that's the thing. So if it's a situation where, like I said, like the one comment said, I still pass them through. Well, you're not hiring people clearly.
You're not the one hiring. Yeah. Right. If you're passing it through, you're not the one doing the hiring. You're doing,
So it's like, it depends. This is all it really this
so much nuance.
Wasn't one, it's not one that we have answers for, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
It's just a conversation.
And also, for those of you that are maybe just joining, if you came here for answers, you came to the wrong place. You came to the wrong place. We got some answers about some things, but we are not. Nah.
One of them.
We're not the show answer man over here. Right?
I played devil's advocate, and a part of that is, honestly some of how I feel.
Well, no, but you're not. It's not a case that you're wrong. It's a case of people have to make a decision what's important to them. Right. So if the priority for, that's why there's nothing we can do. Like no one can make a law and say you can only name your kid, blah blah. This is personal shit. Yeah. So it's about what you prioritize. If you prioritize your cultural ethnic identity enough where you want to name your kid after something that honors that or furthers that, then none of this stuff really matters. You're not really caring about that part of it. But if you're someone that says, look, you're thinking that forward and you say, my kid, I want him to get in the best schools. I don't want them to be judged by their name, blah, blah, blah. The best way for me to do that here is by naming them a name here that's from here that people don't automatically put an annotation next to. You know what I'm saying?
Funny enough, this is going to come up later, but I do have a question. At the end of the day, no matter what, this is, I think the biggest reason that this is an issue for me is because your decision that you're making is
for somebody else.
You.
Yeah, right. It's for somebody else. Yep.
It's not affecting you. So when I've always maintained, and this happens to be race related, but that wasn't the reason why I said it.
Right.
I've always maintained, name your child whatever you want if you have the means to take care of them for the rest of their lives. I feel like certain choices, for instance, your ice cream analogy.
Right.
I love sweets. You've often been quoted as saying ice cream is nature's perfect food.
It is.
I would love at certain times, not so much now, but that's not just because I know I can't, but I've grown out of it a little bit. But there were times as an adult that I've been like, I really would like to have ice cream for breakfast. I would
like to have ice cream all day today.
Yeah, man. It's an ice cream kind of day.
Right.
So,
right.
But knowing that it's wrong, I could still make the choice to do it.
Yeah.
And it would benefit, it would make me happy.
For the moment, yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
the lifespan of
over
your life. If it's just one day, it's just one day.
We're not on that level yet.
I might do that.
Yeah. It's one day.
But it's breakfast. I think I'll have a chocolate brownie cookie dough sundae. It's lunch. I
think I might have a milkshake.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for dinner, I think I might have an ice cream cake. You know?
I'm like, right.
That's what it is. Here's
I don't know why you brought that up because now I'm thinking about that shit too.
Oh, Cookie Puss, Cookie Oprah. Well, anyway, I don't know. I feel like you live in a society. Society has rules, and this is my real question is: how far is it before you start entering respectability politics when you're talking about something that we all know can literally affect the livelihood of your child?
All right, so now take that same question.
Mm-hmm.
Should I not wear this hood because we all know it could affect my livelihood as far as living? Like it's raining outside.
The answer is maybe.
But I'm saying it's raining outside.
Right. And it's a little chilly.
It's a little chilly. This hood would go a long way to keep me from being
I'm not trying to get my head wet.
I'm bald.
Hey.
So the more layers, the best.
It helps a little.
If I put this hoodie on and go out,
I might be a target.
I could be a target.
Mm-hmm.
So it gets to a point, and this is part of the macro problem.
My question is, all right, in a vacuum, this would fit under victim blaming.
Yeah,
more so than some other forms of victim blaming.
Facts.
Specifically because the child didn't make the choice.
No.
They named themselves that.
Right. And what if they like their name? So now it's just the choice now. It's like my wife loves her name.
Right. So, however, these things don't exist in vacuums.
No, they do not.
In a vacuum, I would agree 100% that this is victim blaming and it should not be happening. But
I think you're arguing for practicality.
That's what I'm asking. Yeah,
it's an argument from practicality. Like we know the reality. Right. The reality is when they see certain types of names, they shit can the app.
Fact.
We know this is demonstrable. We know it.
Yeah.
They've admitted to it. She ain't the first one to admit to that shit.
That's the black thing. Some of the white foreigners might not deal with that, but the other foreigners of other colors absolutely deal with it.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell you the reason why I think the stigma is different, because there is positive stereotypes and there are negative stereotypes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So
with Latinos tend to be thought of as hard workers.
Right.
So they see a Latino name, their name's not gonna have the same stigma. Now they might have a different stigma. Yeah. I don't want to work around a bunch of Latinos. That could be that bullshit. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But as far as work, like, it's unfortunate, but we got at some point people want to tell the truth. Black people's branding is fucked up, and it was done purposely. It was done purposely. Black people branding is fucked up.
Thanks.
Violent, lazy, ignorant, still. Our branding is fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
So at a certain point, we're gonna have to make a decision. Do we go for all practicality? Because I got to tell you, just use as an example, Martin Luther King had on his Sunday clothes, and they bashed his fucking head in. Often. So the practicality of what you wear determining whether or not they respect you. What you wear can get you hurt.
Facts.
We know that.
Yeah.
But the respect thing,
nah, I don't think that works that way.
We see too many examples of people with Brooks Brothers suits on with extra melanin getting they shit caved in, right? So that's not, I don't think that's what it is. Our branding is, our swag's off, yo. And they did that shit purposely.
Facts.
Like that shit was done purposely. Our swag's off.
Without question.
Like, you know.
And what the fuck? I don't like.
But much as I like no solution
in context, I absolutely hate not being able to arrive to a conclusion, because
me too. Because it's like a something just dangling there. You know what I mean? It's like a splinter in your mind, like
unscratched itch.
Don't get twisted. There is a ultimate solution to this other than the mass extermination of all people everywhere. There is another one, but that one is almost as far-fetched as the mass extermination. As a matter of fact, it's probably more far-fetched because that could actually happen.
Right.
You have to create the environment where you being you isn't a problem.
Ha! Yeah. Uh-huh.
You know how
dreams?
See? So it is more likely, right? More likely that a giant asteroid hits the Earth and wipes out everybody.
I'm not arguing with you on that one.
Then the people over here that look like us
can't even play devil's advocate with that because
being on the same page enough to say, just us being on the same page enough to say, you know what? The reason why us being us is a problem is because of where we are and who's in control of where we are. We need to be somewhere where we are in control of who we are, and it's not a big deal to us.
Right.
But you will never get, I don't believe you will ever get consensus enough amongst us to do that, particularly because this is a problem that keeps rearing its head. It births itself because a lot of us were conditioned to think a certain way. So it doesn't matter if the quote unquote oppressor is doing it because it's enough of us doing it.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying? Like I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. But I just want to say Costa Rica's nicest time of year.
Listen,
Panama is dope. Y'all
it's funny. Anyway, moving on to this next topic. Deborah Wilson reveals why she left Mad TV.
Didn't she have mental health issues going on over there?
Well,
that's what I've always heard. I mean,
Deborah Wilson. It's very interesting that's what you've heard. Let me get to this. Deborah Wilson on why she left Mad TV. People came in after me making more money than me.
Oh shit, that ain't cool.
Black History Month winds down. Here's a fun comedy fact. Deborah Wilson was the longest serving original member of sketch comedy tentpole Mad TV.
She was dope too. But hold up, let me just say this. Deborah Wilson was dope. So let's not act. What typically tends to happen is people, oh, she wasn't that great of. No, I guffawed a lot when Deborah Wilson was on her bullshit.
She was absolutely
yeah.
Having appeared in the first 8 seasons of the show's original run, she was also the only Black woman doing major sketch comedy for a while.
Facts.
Debuting in 1995 after Ellen Claiborne left SNL and holding down the fort on her own until Maya Rudolph joined the rival show. So hold on. I have to do some research real quick. I got to fact check because this is supposed to be a reputable site. And if this is indeed a reputable site, then there may be a glaring omission. And I just have to make sure before I call them out
on it. Right.
For this. Let me see. Where is it? Production. Okay. Cast members, season 1, 2. All right, let me reread their claim again. She was the only Black woman doing major sketch comedy for a while.
Which doesn't give you a date. That doesn't give you a
date. Debuting in 1995.
Okay.
It might just be semantics. They might have just worded it wrong. There's a little show called In Living Color.
Damn it.
That debuted in 1990.
There was a Wayans sister on there. There was
you had Kim Coles.
Yeah. And it was a little short one too.
Takia Crystal.
That's it.
You had Kim Wayans. Yeah. So like I said, it depends on. It might just be a word. It might be the way they worded it, but that struck a chord.
From 95 to, and you saying that Living Color was 99, right?
No, 90.
Oh,
it started at 90.
Yeah, they might.
So for them to say
That she debuted in 1995. Yeah, that's kind of
comedy for a while, debuting in 1995 after Ellen Cleghorn left SNL and holding down the fort on her own until Maya Rudolph joined the rival show 5 years later. But anyway, Wilson helmed so many.
Unless they try and discredit In Living Color and act like that wasn't a sketch show.
I don't know. Maybe again, it might just be wording that's throwing me off. But Wilson helmed so many of the Mad TV staple characters that it would be impossible to separate her from its legacy. And what reasonable person would want to? Her impressions and impact on the show's culture remain legendary.
Yeah, it's funny.
So it's more than a little frustrating to hear her reasons for leaving Mad TV in 2003, which she divulged in an interview with Comedy Hype's News' Symphony Thompson and Pierre on Thursday. I was a tenured cast member from the beginning, from pilot. And people were coming in after me, making more than me. And when I realized there were white male cast members who were coming in after me, making more than me, I went, okay, can we talk about this? And the answer essentially was no. Wilson continued to describe a stifling environment that didn't allow her as much creative freedom as her white counterparts. When I was told all the things you want to create and be on the show has a monetary value, and we don't value it as much as the new people coming in.
Shit fucking sucks.
That's when I left.
That's a crazy bar right there.
Bruh. Pierre asked Wilson about the breakdown of the cast members that were making more than her, whether they were mostly white men or cast members of other races and genders. She said, I don't know. I only caught wind of one person. Wilson wasn't willing to divulge names or specific salaries, likely because that would bring ire to that former cast member rather than the decision makers that made such a disparity possible. However, she did note that her choice to leave wasn't just about the clear pay gap, but also management's inability to negotiate a higher salary as the show and Wilson gained popularity. When Pierre asked about the specifics of the gaps in question, Wilson lovingly but firmly declined to answer, deeming the detail irrelevant. It's not about just dollars and cents. It's about devaluing what I bring to the table and what I could continue to bring to the table. There wasn't even a negotiation to raise where I was, let alone to match someone else's. But the real kicker is, in her final insight in this clip, a sentiment that many marginalized professionals can understand immediately when it comes to basic survival. Had they just said, you know what, Deborah, we are going to raise your salary. It won't match his, but we are going to raise it, I would have stayed. Since Mad TV, Wilson has excelled in voice acting, appearing in many video games throughout the Fallout, Far Cry, and Star Wars franchises, as well as newer properties like Bug Snacks. Yeah,
we one of our shows from it wasn't last year, it might have been last year. I don't remember. Time all blends together when you're an immortal.
Okay,
but we talked about how there were a lot of actors and actresses that we in our community viewed as kings and queens, that we were under the assumption that they were valued in Hollywood the same way our community values them. What's up, Jay Mello? But when we did the deep dive into the amount of money they made per picture or project or all that, it became obvious that they are not valued the same way. And this seems to me to be one of those cases because, like I said, Deborah Wilson was hilarious.
Absolutely.
She was just amazing on that show. You look forward to seeing her in the skit. Like, okay, this is about to be something. You know what I mean? Like, for them to say that they didn't value her, to outright say we don't value you, like your contribution the way we value their contribution, is insane to me. And this is one of the arguments about structural bullshit that people want to ignore because they want to put racism in a box and say it's only racist if bam. The fact that they looked at her, or sexist if bam. Like, they only look at it like that, and it's like, nah, B, there are structural issues when you have people that have certain cultural biases, expectations, assumptions about other groups or communities, and they're in positions of power in any of these jobs or any of these other endeavors, it's going to color their decisions on who's worth what.
Mm-hmm.
It just is.
Facts.
And for us to act like it's not simply because the people in charge never called her nigger,
right,
is crazy to me. It's crazy shallow. And the people that think that are definitely not the people that should be making the decisions on the definitions of words. You should not be the one that gets to decide what is racist and what's not, what is sexist and what's not,
right.
when you can't leapfrog over your bias enough to see that the reason you're treating this person differently or you're valuing them differently, if you can't be honest with yourself and say why and really see that, because you can't explain it in words or numbers. You can't say, oh, well, because think about it. How do you determine that?
Right.
They're all in the sketch together. How can you determine what's the ones that, come on, stop that. And then having tenure, being there from the beginning, and then motherfuckers coming in. No, how we usually determine someone's worth as far as them getting a raise is the value of the work that they do, the contribution to work they do, and how long they've been there.
Right.
She's funny, clearly. You got a live audience there that's telling you this. She's hilarious, right? And she's been there. You know when she got hired. So let's not come on.
That should be a formula that you just input a number into, and it should tell you like, oh, she's done this. This is her hire date. This is what year it is currently.
Hold up, J Mello. You talking about that Star Trek episode with the Wrath of Farrakhan? Listen, that shit was amazing. It was amazing.
Facts.
But yeah, man,
this is disheartening.
And now it makes me wonder if the rumors, I have to look into it further if I can. If the rumors of her having mental issues was something that was floated.
Heard.
Yeah, it was floated out there.
Interesting that's what you heard.
That's also a meme where they'll make the person out to be crazy, not cooperative, or whatever, because they just don't want to pay them, and they know it's ugly. And that in itself, the fact that you felt like, if that's the case, the fact that you feel like you had to float out this mental instability shit means you know what you was doing was wrong and looked fucked up. You know what you was doing looked fucked up.
Absolutely. Without question.
I don't know.
Listen, it's an absolute travesty.
Yeah, shout out to Deborah Wilson, man.
Absolutely. It's trash. It's trash. There's no room.
No, there's plenty of room for it. Obviously. It's a lot of room. They made room.
There's no room in this colorblind, unified America that you claim you want.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
And this is just not. This ain't the move. This ain't the move.
It's not
the move. This is what happened. Now, this was years ago, and we have evidence that regardless of why,
yeah,
the treatment is better for these particular types of people now.
Right.
We have the Netflix deals. We have the
ABC.
It's not ABC. CBS deals. We have the HBO deal. We have evidence that this is improving, but it should not have been that. That's not
what I would hope for her. I would love if Deborah Wilson got a little series or whatever on Netflix, negotiated a little series on Netflix. That would be dope.
I'm fairly certain that if she didn't have anything in the works, because this has gotten a lot of traction. This story.
Really?
Yes. If she didn't have anything in the works, I'm fairly certain something will be offered.
That would be dope.
Because, like I said, there's been a lot of stuff. Wait, where's her name? You guys say her name. Hold on. There we go. Okay. All right. So, yeah. Now listen. For me on the show, she fluctuated between my number 1 and my number 2. And there were 3 people.
It's pretty good.
That occupied that space.
Right.
It was Deborah Wilson. It was Phil Lamar.
Phil Lamar was a genius.
And it was Orlando Jones.
Wow. Orlando Jones was a genius too.
Yes, absolutely.
Still
the 3 of them rotated my top 2. And then my number 4 was Will Cecil. Will Cecil was funny.
He was so hilarious.
Jim
Carrey is also up there for me.
Aries. I loved Aries when I was younger. Hearing some of his takes
on certain things,
things have kind of changed that. Plus, he's not as much in the public eye as he was back then.
Yeah, but I do remember one time we covered a story.
When he checked the fuck out of your boy.
Yeah.
Oh no, that game
they should have fell the fuck back.
Yeah, that gained them some points back in my eye.
Yeah, like they should have fell the fuck back with that threatening shit. But
you can't be doing that. Oh, like what? Hold on, wait. You just said we shouldn't be doing this.
You couldn't.
That's not something. You just said we shouldn't be doing this, and
now you're doing it. Right now, you're talking that gangster shit,
right, to
a fellow comedian and shit, and black man who you said you try to respectability politics the fuck out of us, right? And then, but behind closed doors, you want some gangster shit.
Yeah, because you assumed that I wasn't going to say anything.
That's that fake woke bullshit we was talking about earlier.
Yep,
it's that fake woke bullshit.
All right, moving on. LeBron rejects call to shut up and dribble again.
Again, yeah, I'm about to say this ain't the first time. Yeah,
again. All right, LeBron James has responded to somebody's name that I am not even going to make an attempt to pronounce the first nor the last.
I wonder if they would get the job.
Wait. Remember I told you he was going to come back? Remember I told you I come around.
Right.
So LeBron responded to his criticism of his political activism with a promise that he will never just shut up and dribble. The Los Angeles Lakers superstar also pointed out that the other guy clearly didn't feel the same way. And let me play this video.
Okay.
This is the guy that basically telling LeBron to shut up and dribble 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm sorry. This is what he said about LeBron.
He's a phenomenal in what he's doing, but I don't like when people, when they have some kind of status and they go in and they do politics at the same time what they're doing. I mean, do what you're good at. Do the category you do. I play football because I'm the best in playing football. I don't do politics. If I would be a politician, I would do politics. That is the first mistake people do when they become famous and they come in a certain status. Stay out of it. Just do what you're best at because it doesn't look good.
That was what LeBron was responding to.
I kind of need him to shut up right now.
Wait. This is an article from January 8th, 2018. It's the same guy has claimed that he has not had the credit he deserves from the Swedish media because his name is not Anderson or Svensson. Manchester United striker, his name, won 116 caps for Sweden and has lifted league titles in 4 different countries, but the 37-year-old said undercover racism meant he had not received proper acknowledgement because he does not have a traditional Swedish name. He quotes, "What does the Swedish media do? They defend me, or do they jump on me and attack me? They still attack me because they cannot accept that I am," his last name. "If another player would do the same mistake I do, they would defend him. But when it comes to me, they don't defend me. This is about racism. This is about racism. I don't say there is racism, but I say there is undercover racism. This exists. I am 100% sure because I am not Anderson or Svensson. If I would be that, trust me, they would defend me. Even if I would rob a bank, they would defend me. I tell you."
So in another,
I thought you did football because you were best at football. So this is what you do.
in another edition. So this is basically another edition of do what I say.
Right.
Now, but this is, again, if you are a citizen of a country, it doesn't matter what your occupation is. You have a dog in the fight.
Mm-hmm.
If you come from a particular community that is economically on every metric falling behind, you have a right to speak on that.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a shit ton of money because of whatever endeavor you chose to go into, but you come from poverty,
mm-hmm.
you have a right to speak about that.
Mm-hmm.
You are a citizen in the country that has a vote. The idea, even when we don't like some of these motherfuckers, the idea that you're telling these people to shut up.
I may not agree with you, but I will defend to the death your right to say it.
Right. The reality is, it's so funny to hear him say that, because at what point did Trump stop being a reality star? He never did.
Mm-hmm.
He treated the goddamn presidency like it was a reality show.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? He was literally producing he was producing
Yeah.
shit. So like, this is what I mean by motherfuckers having, y'all ad hoc as shit. Y'all ad hoc is a motherfucker with that. This person that's got some sort of celebrity or does some sports thing, this person needs to shut up. That person over there that's doing some sort of singing or doing whatever, but they saying something you like, they need to keep talking. You know when I tell your dumb ass to shut the fuck up? When you say shit that I think is stupid, not because of what your job is.
Right.
Stop. You look dumb right now. You look dumb, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I've said this before too. I don't know if I said it on the show. Y'all can't talk shit to me about LeBron. I won't hear it. LeBron, they're opening schools. Fuck you. Your argument is invalid.
So these are LeBron's comments. I will never shut up about things that are wrong. I preach about my people, and I preach about equality, social injustice, racism, systematic voter suppression, things that go on in our community.
Right.
I know what's going on still because I have a group of 300 plus kids at my school.
What school? His school.
School.
Right. Fuck out of here.
That's going through the same thing. And they need a voice. And I'm their voice. I'll use my platform to continue to shed light on everything that's going on around this country and around the world. There's no way I would ever just stick to sports, because I understand how powerful this platform and my voice is. Now he talks about the guy. He's the guy who said in Sweden, he was talking about the same things because his last name wasn't a traditional Swedish last name. He felt like there was some racism going on when he was out on the pitch. I speak from a very educated mind. I'm kind of the wrong guy to actually go at because I do my homework. Boom!
This is another case of people not keeping the same energy.
Yes.
You know?
I mean,
you listen, I don't want the other part that really bothers me, right? Because I've done activism. Is when I see people that are quick to criticize activists but do nothing themselves. Like, you don't do anything, but in the shit that you criticize them for, if they did something they shouldn't have done, then they are absolutely worthy of being excoriated about that. But a lot of the times it's for a political position that you disagree with, not for the actions and shit that they're doing. And I'm like, beliefs inform actions, my dude. So if his belief is causing him to do this type of shit and yours isn't helping you, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you about you telling them to shut up. No, they should absolutely not shut up, because their opinions is causing them to do this, something that's helpful. Your opinion, on the other hand,
you would have a minor, very, very minor point if LeBron was somebody who just ran his mouth all the time.
Facts. But you know,
the fact that he's contributed money,
and
done
time.
work,
time, put in the work,
his brand, the fact that he's actually put in tangible work And this is not anything against speakers, because speakers have a place.
They have a job too. Yeah.
But like you just said, that's their job. It's not his job. So if he was just speaking, you might have a minor point if he was just speaking.
But you don't have a point if you're from the freedom of speech thing. you are freedom of speech extremist that believes that there should be no caps, even though the Constitution gives caps. You cannot yell fire in a crowded theater. There are amendments and all this type of shit to the fucking freedom of speech thing. But if you want a freedom of speech extremist who believe no speech, not all speech is all speech, I don't want to hear you telling somebody to shut up ever. And to the point, that means that they're insulting you personally, because you said there should be no consequences for speech. That's how y'all act. There should be no consequences, right? So I don't want to hear you. If your mom's out there in them streets and somebody call her all kinds of crazy names and you with her, you better say, Mama, I know you're upset, but freedom of speech protects his right, and I will defend his right to call you all kinds of names, Mama. Punch him in his face. Mama, I am a patriot. Punch him in his face, Mama. For what? He called you what?
That's funny. All right. So, moving on to the next thing, something that you're not going to care about, but whatever. Bruno Mars, Anderson .Paak, and Bootsy Collins.
I know who Bootsy is.
You know who Bruno Mars is. Shut the hell up. Are teaming up to make a super group, and they're putting out an album. Listen, I'm just gonna read. From Uptown to Worldwide Funk, Bruno Mars, Anderson .Paak, and Bootsy Collins made an album, y'all. That's the headline. It's Friday, and I'm at work from home, but I'd rather be with you. Actually, I kind of am. Hey, readers of The Root, I have some great news to end the week on. There is an actual body of work featuring Bruno Mars, Anderson .Paak, and Bootsy Collins, the latter of whom is listed as a special guest. It's called An Evening with Silk Sonic, which sounds delightfully smooth. We locked in, made an album. The band's called Silk Sonic. The first song drops next Friday, 3/5. Bruno wrote on Twitter on Thursday night, causing the entire Twitter timeline to transition into psychedelic bliss. Yes, so this may be the peak funk album of modern times. Seriously, pretty much everyone was geeked. As Bootsy's Twitter bio says, it was spreading hope like dope. Plus, let's talk about the perfect band name, Silk Sonic. Yo, that's not a regular sound wave. That's an eargasm bursting in between your brain. That album smells like musk from here. The glow ups, managing editor, nope, not going to do that, said in regards to the leading duo of Bruno and Anderson, Variety breaks it down.
Say his name.
Nope. Oh. The two have hooked up before, not on record, but as tour mates when Paak opened for Mars on part of the 24K Magic Tour. The pair also put in separate appearances on the Chic album, It's About Time, 3 years ago. Mars's last album, 2016's 24 Karat Magic, resulted in the star winning the Triple Crown at the 2018 Grammys, where besides Album of the Year, he picked up Record of the Year for the title track and Song of the Year for That's What I Like. Paak released his last album more recently. Ventura came out in April 2019, but he's been rife with one-offs since then too. He put out 4 non-album singles just in 2020, including a Trolls soundtrack collaboration with Justin Timberlake. Appeared on a 5th, being a featured artist on Busta Rhymes' You. As for Bootsy, the 69-year-old musician of Parliament Funkadelic actually released his latest solo record called The Power of the One last year. As Bruno noted, this newest trio's first single will be released on March 5th. So mark your calendars, throw on some shades, and get ready for some next level funkadelic vibes. I am absolutely, positively. What's going on, Jonathan? I'm absolutely, positively, 100% here for this. And it's fine that Tomb is not here while I'm talking about this because he's going to be on some bullshit. He's not. It is what it is. He don't matter in this particular space. This I am so looking forward to this album. I will be blasting it out of my car windows when it comes out, and that's just what it's going to be. It just is what it is.
Hey, Jonathan.
And we can just go ahead and move on. I'm not here for your bullshit. I'm just not.
Whatever do you mean?
Shut up. Revisiting Jay-Z and the NFL. So, ladies and gentlemen, we gotta have a talk. We gotta have a talk. We gotta have a little bit of a talk.
What are we talking about?
When Jay-Z joined forces with the NFL, I believe it was September of 2019. We talked about it on the show, and y'all didn't like it. Y'all hated it. Y'all called him all types of sellouts, and he ain't gonna get nothing
on the show.
No, not on the show. Not on the show. We were reading a couple articles, and the response was wholly negative. Not to say that nobody, was positive about it, but it was a lot. It was a lot of naysayers. Sell out this, coon that, blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that. And if I recall correctly, the thoughts and views expressed by the Black Culture Geeks were,
wait and see.
Let's wait and see. Let's see how this happens. Yeah, let's see what goes on. All right, now here's the thing. I'm not saying that everything that I'm about to bring up 100% and only came from Jay-Z. That is not the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is money, cream, cash rules everything around me. is the point that I'm making. And when you're in business with someone who is a billionaire and they have a specific agenda that they're trying to push, it behooves you to do things that match up with that agenda. That's just basic business practices. Like, unless you feel like you don't need them, then you acquiesce to a certain degree. It's just that should be life. Now, there are some individuals who have bugs where they don't understand that that's the best course forward, but it is what it is. In business, it's potentially a death sentence because businesses are nothing without the money, because
they're in it for the profit.
Yeah, because what's the point? Otherwise,
there's no point other to do it than the profit.
Yeah. So we want to talk about some things that have happened since. I'm gonna specifically focus on two things that are joined like this. And for those listening on Spotify, Apple, and all that other stuff, y'all need to be watching. If y'all were watching, you would see what I did. You would see the gesture that I just made.
You should be watching.
You should be. So, but the one thing I just want to throw out that's potentially ancillary. I have no proof on where this came from or if it was Jay-Z that sparked this change. However, it is a change that has come into place since he has joined forces with the NFL.
Okay.
There is a rule where if a All right, so let's go back for a second. There's a rule called the Rooney Rule. Matter of fact, I'll just pull it up so I can get everything. Oh, this actually works with everything. This actually helps me. Hopefully, it gives the history too. The NFL improves new measures to the Rooney Rule. This happened May 26, 2020. Again, Jay-Z came on board September 19. September in 2019. NFL recently introduced new measures to expand what is colloquially known as the Rooney Rule, which was instituted to promote and encourage diversity hiring. Named after the late Dan Rooney, former owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
And hiring in what way? What type of hiring?
I'm going to get to that.
Okay.
Former owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers and chairperson of the National Football League's Diversity Committee. The Rooney Rule is a NFL policy that requires teams to interview ethnic minority candidates for head coaching and senior football operation jobs.
Football operation jobs.
Okay. Yes. So like GM, assistant GM, lead scout, those type things. And again, head coaching jobs. Notably, there's no hiring preference given to minority candidates. The Rooney Rule only requires that teams interview a certain amount of individuals. So here's the thing. That has been in place for a while. That's the original point of the
word. I figured
that's been in place for a long
time. Isn't that rule kind of superfluous considering the 1964 Civil Rights Act?
Wait. That was one of the big arguments. Because this isn't affirmative action, which from the spirit of affirmative action, because again, the practice is whatever it is what it is.
Right.
Because this isn't affirmative action, people were basically saying it's window dressing. It's effectively it's pretty. It looks nice, but it effectively does nothing to change anything.
Yeah, because when they were saying that, were they saying that because they said there's already a rule that says y'all supposed to be doing that? Is that what they were saying?
No, because when I believe, I could be wrong. I believe when it comes to that law, it is not about. When it comes to that law, I don't believe individual teams are counted as businesses. When it comes to that law, I believe the NFL is the party. So that would mean every team wouldn't have to do it. It just means that whatever percentage of the total would have to be these minority people.
So NFL is the actual business,
right,
that has to do it, and the teams,
right.
Yeah, that sounds like one of those legal
absolutely
things, because there is too much business happening.
That is why the rule was put in place in the first place. So really what it was originally was the people that were making the argument that you made were making it without the knowledge of the actual law.
Right.
They were just making it saying that this doesn't do anything.
Right.
When in reality, technically, sure. But it was an improvement because it went from the entire company, as in the NFL, having to do this
to the parts.
Each of you.
Right. Each one of the parts. Right.
Okay. In the NFL, ethnic minorities account for 70% of the players. However, as of the 1920 NFL season, and that's not the year 1920, but 2019-2020 NFL season, ethnic minorities coached only 12.5% of regular season games. As a whole, the NFL only has 4 ethnic minority head coaches and 2 ethnic minority general managers. As of January 2020, 5 NFL teams had head coach vacancies for the upcoming 2020-2021 season. Of the 5 openings, a minority applicant filled only 1. The Washington Redskins hired Ron Rivera, a Latin American, to fill their head coaching vacancy. Rivera, however, had recently been fired from his head coaching job with another team, the Carolina Panthers, resulting in a scratch for diversity hires for the NFL's upcoming season. On Tuesday, NFL team owners approved new measures directing at improving diversity in coaching and senior football operation jobs. All right, now here we are. For reference, NFL rules require that 24 of 32 NFL owners must vote in favor of a resolution for it to go into effect. The NFL recently approved measures with respect to the Rooney Rule, including teams in the league office are now required to interview minorities and or female applicants for positions such as team president and senior executives in communication, finance, human resources, legal, football operations, sales, marketing, sponsorship, information technology, and security positions. So in layman's terms, what that first clause does is the same way that the Rooney Rule expanded it from the law, making it have the NFL have to do this. The Rooney Rule stretched it so that each club has to do this. Now this clause is expanding it even more, saying that more positions have to do this.
Right.
Okay. The second clause, each of the 32 NFL teams will establish a minority coaching fellowship program. The coaching fellowships are to be full-time positions, 1 or 2 years in length, to provide NFL legends, minority and female participants with hands-on training in NFL coaching. That second clause, what that does in layman's terms, is it helps get rid of the "you're not qualified" excuse. These changes will expand the current iteration of the Rooney Rule. Notably, they were not the only proposed expansions. NFL team owners did not move forward with a proposal that would have improved the team's draft position if the team hired an ethnic minority candidate for a vacant lead coaching or senior football operation position. Let me read that again because that's important. NFL owners did not move forward with a proposal that would have improved a team's draft position if the team hired an ethnic minority candidate for a vacant head coach or senior football operation position. Again, layman's terms, basically the proposal was that if you hired a black head coach or black GM or one of those positions, then your draft position, as in the draft picks that you have, would improve. They would go up. The reason that I agree that it was absolutely the right thing for them to reject this is draft picks. It would be messy. It would be really complicated and messy. A draft pick the average NFL career is 3 years, blah, 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 blah. We get that. But if I draft somebody and they end up being a good draft, like a really good draft pick, then I reap the benefit. First round, you get 4 years with the option for a 5th year. If I have a really good draft pick, that could benefit my team for 5 years. Whereas this coach I just hired, I could just fire them next year. So didn't really do anything, and I benefited. I gamed the system. Right. So I agree with that policy not going through. What they have done, and that's not in this article, so I don't know exactly when it came in, but it came in after this, which was May 2020.
Right.
If somebody on your team interviews and gets hired as a head coach elsewhere or a GM elsewhere,
right,
you get 2 draft picks in addition to whatever you would have had. Now, what this does is it incentivizes people to hire these minorities in, just like that first clause, in a bunch of different positions. It doesn't just have to be a head coach.
Right.
And it also behooves you to have them be successful. So the team that hires the head coach isn't getting anything. The team that groomed them and contributed to them prospering,
right,
is getting rewarded for losing them. That is progress.
But the question is, so where's the Jay-Z connection? He had something to do with this?
This one, I'm not sure how much he had to do with it.
Okay.
He's on that committee.
Oh, all right. Bet.
Now, here we go to the direct, tangible ones.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, it's two of them. They are tightly related. So it's really just one. I have a couple lists. Because let's the reason I use these particular things, the one that I just talked about, the one I'm about to talk about, is at the end of the day, the NFL is not the government. The NFL can influence things, but they cannot directly change the system. It's just how that works. Corporations have influence in the government, but they, at the end of the day, are not the government.
They're close enough where it's a problem,
right?
They're close enough where it's a problem
because they have that influence. So
more so than regular schmoes.
Absolutely, nigga.
Not only do they have a vote, but they have
right. They have monetary influence. So, but I say that to say there are only so many things that a business can demonstrably do that they will do to improve quality of life for us.
Well,
there are only so many things. Yeah, like technically, the list is a little longer, but practically, there are things that would just be there just because they're within the realm of possibility. Come on now,
right?
Like we're not. But
stupid. It also depends on the business, because
absolutely
they brought this up on one of the news programs I was watching the other day, where they were talking about the concentration of marginalized people, especially Black folks, that work in certain types of jobs.
Right.
So for your day-to-day quality of life conditions,
right,
can absolutely be affected by these businesses that where there's a concentration of marginalized groups that work there. And we saw last year what businesses, what occupations are absolutely necessary for the survival, yes, of your society. Personnel. These are essential people. And I said at the time that if y'all can't get more money, better work conditions, and an overall but more respect for your labor during a time where it was clearly shown you guys are the ones that matter the most, you will never get it. Ever. If you can't make them, and there's only one way to do it, I mean, it goes down a different rabbit hole than what we're talking about. The only one way to do it is y'all decide, fuck you, we ain't doing shit till you give us what we want.
Yeah,
you
we
got what you wanted. Yeah.
So
you got what you wanted. Yeah.
So that being said, we addressed that part of it. We addressed them making it so more people that are marginalized have opportunities at these jobs, so that quality of life goes up in general for these groups, right? So we
as you said, there is literally only so much.
Yeah, there's only so much they can do with
that the NFL can do.
Right.
You change our conditions.
So they made a step in that way, right? But what else is it? Well, the NFL is entertainment, right?
Yep.
So I'd like to share some lists with you. Here is a list of every person that has performed the national anthem at the Super Bowl from the year 2000. And I need you to take notes for me. I just need you to tally if it's a white person or a person of color.
I mean, if I recognize the artist, sure.
Give me the hootie hoo. I got the picture.
Okay. Bet.
If you don't know, all right, Faith Hill.
Okay. That's black.
No, it's not.
Faith Hill isn't black? Oh,
no. Faith Hill's a white woman. She's a country singer.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. So Faith Hill. The Backstreet Boys.
Oh, they're clearly black. No?
Are you actually telling this?
No. Listen, you got two white folks right there.
Okay. Mariah Carey. Both. But for the purposes of this, go ahead and put her in the black category. For the purposes of what we're talking about, go ahead and put her in the black category. Let me see. The Chicks. If that doesn't help you, let me give you their names. Emily Strayer, Natalie Maines, and Marty McGuire.
That does not help me at all because black people in this country want to have white names. So
no, nigga, they white. No, nigga, they white. Come on, cut it out.
Look.
I hear you. I get you.
Saying.
No, nigga, they white.
But wait a minute. So hold up. So how many? Those are individuals.
No. That counts as one.
That's one group.
That counts as one. Yeah. Next year was Beyonce. The next year it was Miss Aretha.
Wait a minute. Hold up. I need to find a better way to do this. Then you said Mariah, Beyonce.
Mariah, the Chicks.
No, I'm talking about. I already got all of those people down. The Chicks.
Okay.
I'm looking for the black ones. Beyonce,
Miss Aretha.
Miss Aretha.
Next was Billy Joel. Next was Jordan Sparks. I don't know. I don't know. Jordan Sparks, I'm not sure. I think she's white.
I know who Jordan Sparks is.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's white or she's black.
I don't know. We can leave her off.
I don't know enough about her.
We can leave her off.
Man, no, we ain't got to do that. We got the benefit of the internet right here.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's absolutely true.
Look up her. Oh, nah. I think Jordan's black. At the very least, she's mixed. No, she's...
Yeah.
No, that's black. She's black.
Okay. You have the illustrious Jennifer Hudson. Carrie Underwood. Christina Aguilera. Kelly Clarkson. Alicia Keys. Opera singer Renee Fleming. She's white. Idina Menzel.
Who?
The Let It Go lady. She's white. Lady Gaga. Luke Bryan.
Who?
He's white. Pink. Miss Gladys.
Was she with the Pips? No, just
no. The Pips weren't there. No. Demi Lovato. Now,
that
I don't
is
think
my
Demi's
daughter's one of her. That's her favorite goddamn singer.
I don't think she's white.
No,
but I'm not entirely sure. Because I know that, like, I know, for instance, I was always confused with Ariana and Demi because a lot of people consider Ariana white, and I don't think Ariana Grande is white.
What do you think she is?
I think she's some type of Hispanic, Latina.
Yeah,
but Demi is another one who I'm
not sure. Latino.
I'm not sure
because I'm looking at her parent situation going on here. They ain't really saying
right,
but the name sounds Latin to me.
Right.
Della Gaza.
Right. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, so you can put her in the people of color category.
But wait a minute, that's okay. We can, but we had black and white. So
no. I mean, it ain't had to just just be black.
Right.
Yeah. Eric Church.
Church's Chicken.
Hold up.
No.
Oh no. That's wrong. That's right. But here's the thing. Okay, yeah, he is white, but he no, don't do that.
What?
No, don't do that. He did it with Jasmine Sullivan.
Oh,
so yeah, no, we all right. So we got that. All right, now let me go to the Super Bowl halftime show. Just keep the running tally. All right. So for this one, you could put one on each because they called it a tapestry of nations.
Oh shit! I'm just put one on each.
Yeah, it's Phil Collins and Christina Aguilera, but it's Enrique Iglesias and Tony Braxton.
Yeah.
So you put one on each. Yeah. All right. The Kings of Rock and Pop. Aerosmith, NSYNC, Britney Spears, Mary J. Blige, and Nelly.
So one on each.
Actually, no. Do three on the white side and two on the because we're not doing that. We're not making it even when it's not even. U2.
I never performed at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I wish.
No, you too. No, you too.
No, I just told you I never did that.
No, you too.
Oh, you mean the band?
Yeah. Okay. Shania Twain.
Sting, that's Bono.
No, listen. I know that's Bono. The next one is Sting, no doubt, and Shania Twain.
Both white.
3. Sting, no doubt, and Shania Twain.
Oh, I thought you meant Sting, no doubt.
No, nigga. All right. The next one is Janet, Kid Rock,
Pew,
Diddy, Jessica Simpson. She's white. You don't know who Jessica Simpson is?
I know who she is, but she's not somebody. Look, this is me.
No, listen, I don't know any of her music, but I'm aware of her.
I'm aware of the name, but I don't know.
Nelly, did I say Nelly already?
You did.
No, for this one.
Yeah.
Okay. And Justin Timberlake. Paul McCartney. The Rolling Stones. Prince.
Which was the best one ever. But go
ahead. Okay. Whatever. It's not the point here. Tom Petty. That's funny. Tom Petty.
Who? I mean, Tom Petty is white, but that's my nigga.
I know. I understand. I get the reference. Bruce Springsteen.
Thought you already said Bruce.
I might have, but
no, you said Billy Joel.
Okay. Yeah, Bruce Springsteen. The Who.
Who?
Shut up. The Black Eyed Peas. Wait. This is 2011, so put one in both for Black Eyed Peas. Usher. And you might as well go ahead and put one in both for Slash.
Yes.
That was not even making that joke on purpose. That's funny. That is hilarious. No, that was not on purpose. All right. Madonna. LMFAO. I don't know if they're black or not.
I don't know what that is. What is that?
Party Rock. Do you remember that what commercial? It was a commercial with the The freaking what up, Shafrel? What up, sis?
Shafrel, sis, what's going down?
Nah, what commercial? That every day I'm hustling, every day I'm shuffling.
That's them?
Yes, that's them. I don't know if they're black.
I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, I gotta. So I said Madonna, Nicki Minaj, CeeLo, MIA. Now I know she's not from here, but I don't know from where she is. Let me look up LMFAO. LMFAO. They look black.
Do
Hold up. Party rock.
What's up, Joe?
They look black, yeah.
Okay, so Marissa said Demi and Ariana are white Italians.
Interesting. Yes, MIA is East Indian. Yeah, okay, British and East Indian. So, I mean, we can. You want to do one in each for MIA?
Yep, I sure am. And I'm taking one away for Ariana and Demi.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. LMFO. I'm fairly certain they're both black. Hold up, wait. Let me see. Oh, they are absolutely black. Wow. Hold up. LMFAO is an American electronic dance music duo consisting of Uncle Red Foo and nephew Sky Blue. They respectively are a son and grandson of Motown Records founder Berry Gordy.
Oh, no, never mind.
Yeah,
I just put them right in the black category.
Yeah, they're absolutely
really. Since you said Motown, I just put.
Yeah, you can't get much blacker than.
Yeah, I put one on the best as soon as you said Motown.
Okay. All right. Destiny Child. Bruno is a person of color. Red Hot Chili Peppers. So. Yeah. Okay. Katy Perry. Lenny Kravitz.
Yeah, that's gonna be one in each.
Absolutely. Missy Elliott. Okay. Coldplay. Bruno again. Beyonce again. Mark Ronson.
Who?
Mark Ronson. I think Mark Ronson is white. Hold on. Yeah, Mark Ronson is English. Okay. Lady Gaga.
Again.
Timberlake. Maroon 5.
Who?
Maroon 5.
Okay.
Big Boy.
Okay.
AKA Daddy Fat Stacks. Travis Scott. J-Lo, Shakira. And The Weeknd.
Okay. Is that the exhaustive entire list?
Yeah.
Right there?
Yeah.
So, of course, white folks still outnumber, but it's not by that much.
Okay.
It's not by. It's like one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
By 6. It's not bad. My question about that though is, is that what we were asking for when this whole thing started?
I think it's a part of it. I absolutely think it's a part of it.
When this the whole thing started, I thought the anger was because yeah, people wanted representation, but that's not what sparked this.
Oh no, absolutely not.
Yeah, like, I mean, but bearing in mind, there's only so much they can do. That's a double-edged sword too, though.
Yeah,
Because there's only so much they can do. They shouldn't have the level of importance that they have.
Well, but
for a lot of us,
we're talking.
There's only so much they can do.
But that's come on now. You know how shouldn't.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there. Like the way some people were carrying. I saw people that couldn't give them up, like they were the NAACP or some shit, and I'm like, it's entertainment.
Well, okay, hold on.
They
couldn't or wouldn't?
No, I'm not saying. No, I'm not talking about the ones that shouldn't. I'm talking about the ones that felt like that was that's too far. And I'm like, is it
still okay? Got you.
Yeah, is it?
You might say I'm on record saying I never boycotted the NFL.
Well, yeah, I know you didn't. But it wasn't because couldn't.
No, absolutely not. I only watched. Well, all right. So this is what happened. I didn't boycott, but I did watch much less of it.
Right.
It went from me watching pretty much every game I could catch to me only watching my home team.
Right.
So nah, if I could scale down from what I used to do, oh yeah, I could have stopped. I just for my argument with this entire Cap thing has always been different. My argument with Cap, how I feel about Cap is kind of how I feel about Tyler Perry.
That's true. Marissa just said, made a real point about the Motown that we can't overlook. Motown bosses had access to non-people of color mates. Motown offspring are not always guaranteed to be black. Yo.
Oh no,
that's true. But we was putting in categories. There was going to be some black somewhere in there.
Yeah,
so when the moment
he
mentioned Motown, I didn't expect it to be,
Lily White.
Right. It wasn't going to be Lily.
All right. So I like I said, I look at Cap kind of how I look similarly to how I look at Tyler Perry.
Mm-hmm.
There's a narrative that Cap was like one of the greatest ever, and he was done wrong.
That's part is weird to me.
That narrative is incorrect. There was also a narrative that he was super trash and blah, 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 blah. That narrative is incorrect as well. It actually lies somewhere in the middle.
I always would question people with either side of that.
Yes.
What does that matter? What it has to do to the protest itself?
Oh no, hold on. I'm gonna get to that part.
Right.
There's the other narrative that he was fired, and
heard that one too.
But that's not true.
No, it's not.
So because that's not what happened, and that was what most people that were actively talking about boycotting were boycotting for.
Mm-hmm.
Because he got fired. Let me make clearly, because there's a difference in the NFL. If you get benched, you may have lost your starting position, but you still get that money unless they cut you.
Right.
And that is not what happened. He did not get cut. He opted out of his contract.
Right.
That is not the same thing. So he gets all the respect in the world from me for opting out of that fucking $millions of dollars.
Yeah, so that's on the end of that. Yeah.
He gets all the respect in the world for me. But lost his job, fired? No, that's not what happened.
But was he in court shown that was there a settlement?
There was
about them basically blackballing him from.
Yeah, there was a settlement on the basis of collusion.
Right. That I thought that was at least, like I said, it was a bunch of narratives and framing swirling around that whole incident.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't think any of them had to do with how many already rich celebrities can go up there and perform for free. Because don't they perform at Super Bowl for free? They don't get paid a monetary thing for performing at Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
Right. I didn't think that I didn't think that
it's one of the biggest forms of publicity that an artist can get.
Right. So I didn't think
that is the payment.
Yeah, I didn't think that's what everybody with the ballyhoo was about. I didn't think
no. It is what it is a combination of issues that people have seen. Like, even though we named a bunch of people of color when we got to the Super Bowl portion, the halftime show portion, I only named them because they performed. They were not all the headliners.
Right, absolutely.
It's just that the article, just being 100% transparent, ladies and gentlemen, it was just that I didn't have the time to do the necessary research to distinguish. So in order to not be fair, I included their names as well.
Right.
So yeah, I'm just yeah. So like I said, the number that we came up with since 2000, the disparity was 6, but it's not 6.
Right.
And that is an issue that has been, it is an issue that is separate from the Kaepernick issue, but it's an issue that has existed that people have been complaining about. It's just that all of the noise from the NFL got drowned out with the Kaepernick stuff. Right. Because rightfully so.
Especially considering all the shit that swirled around that, be it the pressuring or the collusion, only for in 2020 motherfuckers to be trying to rep what he was repping. It looked crazy. It looked crazy.
I'm not taking a side on that part because I have no evidence that it's true. We always
about the pressuring, not the pressuring, the collusion part.
Yeah, because
I don't know. If a court says if you typically in every other situation, if a court says if somebody does a settlement, the public perception and assumption is you cop into at least some of what the people were beefing about.
The 2 words: public perception and assumption.
Right.
I know
I'm just keeping the same energy.
No, I get it. Right. But my team offered him a job that his girlfriend ruined because she posted stuff on Twitter about the head coach and one of the legends of the team. So they rescinded their offer.
I didn't know that.
That was a lot of people didn't know that.
Right.
That was before the conclusion of the collusion case. The collusion case started after all that happened. So, but that was so. I know for a fact that there was a team that was about to sign him.
Right.
So I'm not jumping on the collusion bandwagon because they settled. They settled. It was 2. I think it was 2 suits. I think it was him and Eric Berry.
But wait a minute, couldn't both things be true? Like, could there have absolutely been teams that was like, nah.
But again, remember, it depends on legally what the NFL counts as. Just like when we talking about the Rooney Rule, because if the NFL counts as this is the business, then I'm guessing that would mean all of the owners got together in an effort to not hire me. In which case, that is demonstrably not true because.
But if they made it difficult, like if they cut his options based off of, we don't want to deal with that stuff over there that he doing. If they limited his options, where if you have like free reign and not being fucked with, you literally have a choice and just see how it works. But if they cut off options and go, okay, well, a lot of us, we decided we ain't doing it. So if they don't take you, you ain't gonna get took because we ain't fucking with you.
Let me give more context with another example from my team.
Right.
Ray Rice. I am on record. I'm on record on my old Facebook page. I'm on record saying that because everybody they did Ray Rice wrong, but I am on record saying no.
Did they?
No,
did they?
They did not do Ray Rice wrong. And the collusion, there was a collusion argument It never went to trial, but there was a collusion argument with Ray Rice too. I submit and maintain this is not my opinion on how things should go,
right?
Ideally, but this is my practical, reality-based answer. If somebody is potentially going to bring a negative media storm to you by your association with them, you have legal rights to not associate with them.
Okay.
And that is
we've seen that happen. We've seen that happen with the quote unquote counseling thing where you said something trash and they didn't want the backlash, so they fired you.
Bye,
they
Gina.
Fired you. So they fired you.
Bye, Gina.
Right.
Bye, James Gunn. Oh, you didn't really do that? All right, you're welcome back. But yeah, that type thing. So
the issue, but I think the main thing people would argue with that is it's one thing if you said something toxic and you were on some bullshit and got caught up with some bullshit.
But is it though?
But the wait a minute. But the idea, just the very idea that not wanting to associate with someone who says they need to stop killing us when we didn't do anything to threaten their lives for real is problematic. If that, like, if
is it,
it's problem. I would think. Well, I'll put you like this: my bias is about my life, and the life of my kids.
Absolutely.
So that's my bias. So, to me,
again, I have
problematic.
And reality hat on right now. I hear what you're saying, but is there a difference? I have a hypothetical, complete hypothetical. If the way you answer is not the way that you answered just now, whatever, it's a hypothetical.
Right.
NASCAR.
Yuck. I mean, go ahead.
I mean, nigga, I'm right there with you. NASCAR. Somebody, if one of the drivers, after they decided that, let's say they made the decision that NASCAR is not going to endorse the Confederate flag. Not that it's against rules for you to, but we are not going to be.
We're not endorsing it, right?
Right. And a driver decides I'm still going to fly my Confederate flag and it's going to be a part of my branding. And the backlash comes and it's a negative media backlash on that person. And the NASCAR is like, yeah, we're not rocking.
We're not
riding with you.
We're not rolling.
Is that collusion?
Yes, but I think the difference is that's negative.
But
I didn't see the press giving Kaepernick a negative. I didn't see the press doing it. I saw individual consumers of the NFL saying this is bullshit, y'all.
No, I'm not.
I didn't see the press doing it.
No, I'm not talking about the press. The court of public opinion.
Okay, because
first
you said media, so I was like,
I'm talking about like social media, like
right.
I'm talking about like the roles in the country were reversed, and we didn't have the majority of us that wanted to hold on to Confederate flags and Civil War statues and shit like that. If the if the culture in this country was the reverse of what it is, and that shitstorm came down on NASCAR, and they decided, we're not gonna fuck with that.
Let me ask you this about NASCAR because I don't know much about it. I was about to ask Joe. Joe says NASCAR is a single organization. This is what I was about to ask. In the NFL, there are various different teams with owners. NASCAR is one single thing, so it kind of wouldn't be collusion because it's the body of NASCAR saying, no, we don't want you. We don't want you. So wouldn't that be a little different than 30-something coaches?
With that, owners or
whatever.
But with that distinction, the fact that at least one team was about to sign him, doesn't that change the collusion argument?
Well, let me ask you this. If you had a sandwich that was 10% shit
Mm-hmm.
and 90% beef,
Mm-hmm.
do you or do you not have a shit sandwich?
That's not the same thing.
Listen, what I'm saying is,
no, hold on. No, wait, hold on. That's the point I was making. I was using the analogy of NASCAR to the NFL. The NFL was the one that got sued for collusion, not individual teams.
Okay, so I get what you're saying. They got, it wasn't individual teams, but my question is, did those individual teams, the ones that said we not fucking with Cap,
mm-hmm.
did they all come together and decide that they were not fucking with him?
And that's my point. I don't know.
Because according to that from what I see of the court thing,
mm-hmm.
if they settled, and I don't see why it's the onus is on black people to then do the mental gymnastics
mm-hmm.
that we don't do for no other situation. Somebody said they settle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you settle, we assume guilt.
Yes.
I don't see why black people need to do the mental gymnastics. Like, why is it incumbent? They can if they want, but why is it incumbent upon us to do the mental gymnastics to say, well, maybe it's not that? I don't. That's why the people that
that's not my point. My point is, individual.
That's what I'm talking about. If somebody wants to do that, that's your thing.
And again, my point isn't, well, maybe. My point is simply, I don't have the evidence to say that this is the case.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, the way I see most of these situations, when somebody chooses to do a payout,
mm-hmm.
so I'm not going. I see that,
I do that. Transparency. I only do that when I'm biased about the situation.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I don't do that when I have no dog in the fight. This is a situation where I have no dog in the fight.
Right.
I don't give a fuck if the NFL gets sued.
Right.
Like that doesn't. I wasn't a fan of Kaepernick as a player.
Right.
So
I'm a fan of him as a black man, though. That's the difference. Because I don't care about that. I don't care about his stats. I don't care about none of that shit. But I care about if he took a stand
mm-hmm.
that he'd been taking for actually longer than the press chose to cover it. And then all of a sudden that's a problem after that, because a bunch of racist fake patriots,
mm-hmm.
fake triots, you know what I'm saying? So patriots decided to get a bug up their ass and then create this narrative where he's unpatriotic, he's this, he's that, he's what's wrong with shit. Especially, like I said, shit is, you only know what you know at the point that you know it.
Right.
Whatever happens after that is new added information you can then go about. And after January 6th, I don't want to hear it. Seriously, like I don't after January 6th, I don't want to hear these fake triots with that argument. And I do have to factor that in, because I couldn't factor that in before it because it didn't happen yet.
Mm-hmm.
But factoring it now, that shit was crazy.
Nothing about my argument has anything to do with them, though.
No, I feel you, but I feel you, but what a lot of people are saying with the whole Kaepernick thing versus the NFL thing, especially now, maybe not so much before, but especially now, is that there is a whole fucked up narrative of hypocrisy that we been knew was happening.
Mm-hmm.
And anybody that even remotely is connected to that, fair or not, they getting hung with it. Like, yo, wasn't you one of the ones? Like,
no, fuck them. I'm fine with that. None of that is my argument.
Right.
I do not care about people. Not once in the 3 or 4 times we talked about this did I tell anybody not to boycott the NFL.
Right.
I don't give a fuck if y'all boycott the NFL.
Right.
It does not. Because if y'all choosing to do it, my argument has always been, no one has presented me an argument for why that is devoid, not like automaton devoid,
right?
But like that isn't mainly based on bias. If you want to give me, let's say one thing changed. The one thing that changed was the 49ers cut him instead of him opting out of his contract.
Mm-hmm.
I would shut the fuck up.
You're saying if they cut him for that.
Yeah.
But like I said, what some people are saying is the very fact that there was a shit ton of owners that decided, fuck you, there's a no dogs allowed sign here.
All right, wait.
You is why they're penalizing them.
I don't know that that's a fact.
Well,
nobody can tell me that's a fact.
That's true. However, we don't always operate on the idea that we know 100% for sure. Like there is an assumption, and we do it with all this other stuff.
Again, I only do that when I have a bias.
Right?
When I'm heavily involved bias. I have no bias here. I don't care. Like I said, I don't care if y'all boycott the NFL. I don't care if Kaepernick ever throws another football. I'm not a fan of him as far as his. Yeah, I'm not a fan of him on the field. I'm a fan of what he stands for.
Right.
I want that man to make his money.
Right.
And that's where I am with it. So, like, this is not something I'm doing that with because I don't have that. I don't have a dog.
What would you say to the I don't know if it's an argument, it's more of an observation that if you as an institution have had racist practices,
which is
and people people overlook them for years and years. People overlook that shit, and then some shit happens.
George Floyd,
that may have absolutely nothing to do with the practices that these they're not connected in the sense of this is their practices where they were supporting the police. They're talking about that. But now that that's happened, it opened the door for all the other examinations of racist practices. Because I think that's a lot of what happened here. I think
I'm fine with that part.
People were on some we let a lot of shit ride for a long time. And now that this has become a thing, you know what? We decided we not letting that other shit ride no more. So we like Jay-Z has once been quoted as saying about him getting everything that they didn't give to the Cold Crush. Right. So what is it?
I had this conversation.
No, but I know you don't have a problem with that, but I'm saying I think that was a lot of the energy.
I'm sure.
I think it wasn't. People wasn't looking up. A lot of people wasn't looking at all that other shit.
Not even that. With the energy, the new energy that the NFL is on, slap in the face.
It is
absolutely slap in the face.
It is.
I'm not. I want to make that clear because I had this conversation with my cousin, and he was just flabbergasted. And I'm like, yo, if you listen to what I'm saying, I'm not saying anything that crazy.
Right.
I'm admitting that I am a flawed individual because I'm a human and I have biases.
You have a bias, right?
One of those situations where I have a bias. I don't give a fuck either way about NFL viewership or Kaepernick throwing a football. Right. I don't care. I'm not a 49ers fan. I wasn't a fan of him, particularly as a quarterback.
I didn't even know who on my Thanos shit. I didn't even know who he was.
So I didn't care. But even still, the reason I brought the Ray Rice thing up, I was absolutely a fan of Ray Rice. He played for my team as well. Right. But even still, the facts outweighed the bias.
Right.
Because what he did was fucking despicable.
What he did was fucked up. And that's why I think the line with a company deciding not to fuck with you or entities, I don't care what it is, deciding to fuck with you, it's for why. Classic example, right now in politics. They jumping on Dick Cheney's daughter, right? Because she told the fucking truth. Because she said, yeah, Trump was responsible for that. He cited that shit. So she gets censored by her thing. Now, the Republican Party is a private organization.
Facts.
They can do what they want. However, it is a difference in them penalizing you for doing the right thing than penalizing you because you did something.
Okay, wait, I have it. That's different because you're penalizing the person for what they did. If we have again, when my bias is not involved, if you're being penalized for what you did, that's one thing. But if you're being penalized to the public response to what you did, that's two different things for me.
Facts. But when that public consists of groups of people who, to this right, a lot of them who think that
you can't even get it out
because it's so ridiculous. Who think that Trump was cheated out of an election and all of that shit, like to the, I'm just saying, to the demographic that you're catering to, they don't fuck with us. So I hear you. You're saying, hey, but a lot of them, they fuck with our product. So we doing, I hear you, but they don't fuck with us. And all I'm going to really care about in this moment is us. I don't care. You're catering to people that I don't fuck with me. Like, so, you know, like.
No. But I'm saying I can't. So, like I said, for instance, the dude, the white boy that just beat up his partner and immediately got cut. It was an NFL player.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. He beat up his partner,
his girlfriend, wife. I don't know,
whoever she was to him, and they found out about it and they cut his ass
immediately.
Okay.
They come immediately, and there is backlash because there's backlash on the. This is crazy as shit to me. Maybe you disagree. They cut him immediately, and there's backlash on the NFL
for cutting him.
No, there's backlash on the NFL because his case isn't being blown up in the media.
Oh, okay.
Say this again.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
He committed domestic abuse, domestic assault.
Right.
He was cut immediately. Once they found out what happened, what's going on, they cut him.
Right.
The public outcry is at the NFL about it not being blown up by the media.
How does that work?
It doesn't. Now,
wait a minute before you hold that, because it's a couple of points that Joe made in the comment that I want to make sure get out there when he was talking about the collusion thing. He said NASCAR is a single organization, so collusion doesn't really apply. NASCAR would be analogous to the NFL, not the teams. Even if one team is willing to break collusion and it doesn't mean that collusion didn't occur, the best thing you can compare it to as a cartel. Sometimes cartel members will go outside the cartel agreement, which is effectively a collusion, but there's still the cartel. Think OPEC. Cartels are inherently collusion, even though members may break with the group at times. Do you understand the point he's making there?
Not really, but okay. I'll just say okay. But that's my point. That is a way more egregious example of the point that I'm making with the Kaepernick thing.
Right.
But it's like,
why are you mad? I'm trying to figure out why they're mad. Why are they mad at the NFL? Because the media didn't pick up on the story.
Well, partly because people don't know what they're talking about. Oh. That's partly. It just, it's inherent in people. Right. But it's because of things like the Ray Rice thing, things like the Greg Hardy situation, where they were involved in domestic abuse and there was a media backlash. Well, I can't speak for the Greg Hardy thing because it's not close to home. I was aware of it, but he was, like I said, he didn't play for my team, so I don't really.
Right.
I'm with Ray Rice, the reason that it happened the way it happened is because
it was video.
Well, that's B. That's B.
Okay.
But he's a star player.
Mm-hmm. So that's going to get more attention.
If you act like that doesn't matter, you don't live on this planet.
Yeah, it matters.
You're not here with the rest of us.
It does matter.
He was a star player. B, The video came out before there were charges. The video came out, and he was
that does make sense.
He was suspended.
Right, that does make sense.
He wasn't immediately cut. Then a little bit later, they cut him. And then after the full video came out, because it provided more context, he was suspended indefinitely. So this has nothing to do with the point that I was just making. But so people at that time were outraged because he was experiencing double jeopardy, quote unquote, which, number one, just like freedom of speech, double jeopardy has a very specific application.
Right.
That is for the government and you being tried for the same case more than once. That's not the same thing. But so that's why the Ray Rice thing was blown up. The people are making the assertion that it's because this guy was white and Ray Rice was black and Greg Hardy was black. Greg Hardy was also a superstar. So
I think it's mostly because they're stars and this guy's not. But it's part of. I've seen too much in the media of them making big deals before about shit that we do and not the shit that motherfuckers do. So that could have been part of it too, but I don't think that was the main part. I think the main part was if your name is ringing more bells and you get caught up doing something, they're going to pay attention to it.
Not even that. Ray Rice and Greg Hardy were not immediately cut.
Yeah, that's true. Till it was an outcry.
Right.
That's true.
This guy was immediately cut.
So there was no. See, all right. So this is what I think happened here. With narratives, narratives are most effective when someone can point to a victim, and a grievance.
Absolutely.
So I guess in the Ray Rice case, they had not pulled the trigger that the video came out. People saw the shit. So now so now it's a grievance. It's like, yo, you didn't do what you were supposed to do. That becomes part of the story. It's not just what Ray Rice did, because that was awful enough as it is. But part of the story that gets added on is the entity that we already kind of beefing with for other little things did not do what it was supposed. What we think they should have done in the situation. So that becomes a bigger story. But if a classic example, the times when I did shit I had no business doing as a youth and got arrested, right? Had I done some of those things, and the police did nothing, and they knew about it, there might be a thing like, yo, fuck y'all didn't. You see what this motherfucker did?
Right. Now that might be enhanced because you're black.
Right. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
You let this nigga get away with yo, this nigga doing this shit. Right.
I would have heard about you before I knew you.
Right. But if they already, how many of us get just locked the fuck up and go to jail and there's never no press? They don't. Or the story doesn't, like, say I did something awful, like fucked up, but they caught me. So the story will come out. By the way, this guy here, he did this awful thing. That's what the story is going to stop right there. But if there's a whole thing where the system doesn't hold me accountable for it, now you done added extra heat to this, because now they got.
And it doesn't matter if they didn't have the information to do the complete thing. Like. Now, I do think, I can't remember, but I do think that the NFL had seen the whole tape on Ray Rice.
Right.
When they made their initial decision. I think. I'm not sure. I know that was an argument that came up, and for some reason, I can't remember if it was true or not. But I do think that that's what happened. But in this situation, what is the difference between this guy whose name I don't even know and Greg Hardy and Ray Rice? Well, there are three differences in the situations. One, two of them are black. The other one is not.
Right.
We're not going to act like differences don't matter. This is a difference.
And we've seen it too often for us to act like that's not a thing. Yeah.
The second difference, they were also stars at prominent positions. He not so much.
Right.
But the third,
he was an NPC. That's what you
I
trying to
mean, but the third and most important difference is the fact that he got cut immediately.
Yeah, they was not playing.
So I feel like I'm not going to complain about
they cut him
his treatment because he got cut.
You should be digging in the ass of the media. They told it one time and they kept going. Right. Like and I don't know that's an NFL thing. They cut him. They did what they were supposed to do. They cut his ass.
Cut his ass, and they made. It's one of those things where, that's gonna be toxic. I'm gonna leave that alone. But, yeah, man, it's like in that situation, and the thing that has in common most with the Kaepernick situation is people want the information spoon-fed to them, and once it is, they stick with that. They go with that narrative. They ride that.
They do that with everything. They do that with every fucking thing.
With everything. And it's like, nah. When I
most people are not going to deep dive further than the headline.
I'm glad you added that last point, further than the headline, because I don't be doing a whole bunch of deep diving. It's not necessary. I don't.
This is what they consider deep diving, though. They consider deep diving reading the the article. So, that's deep diving.
When I hear something egregious, there are a couple things that I'll do. And not necessarily all of them every time, but I'll hit the Googles. I'll hit up the group chat that has two of the most amazing Fabo. I'll hit up the group chat that has two of the most amazing fact finders that I know, who happen to be Tombstone the Dead Man and Marissa Holloway. And the third thing is I stay on alert to see what might come out of it.
Right.
That's with anything egregious. That's with deaths, with accusations, with all that stuff.
Right.
And that is not the energy that most people keep. So that
you can't even get, and this is a sad state of affairs, but you can't even get people to learn enough basic civics, to know what they should be actually pissed about with the politicians and that's what's a non-issue.
Right.
They don't know how to make a process argument. They can't tell the difference between a process argument and an actual a violation of some shit. Right. And it's like, because of that, it's really a lot of these conversations are, to be clear, most of these conversations are hard to have anyway.
Nigga.
They're difficult to have because everyone has, regardless of they say that they don't, have a bias in one direction. Everybody has a bias in one direction in that. Y'all already know where my bias lies. I hold people in positions of power to a certain standard because I feel as though they're in a position and have the resources where they shouldn't be fucking up. And so I'm punching up at these motherfuckers, like, because also I feel like a certain amount of unfairness should go with that, because they need to know that this is what could happen if you fuck up really bad. You're not only going to get hit with shit that you're at fault for, but some things that you're not kind of at fault for, it comes with the territory. Why? Because you benefit so much from the opposite perception of nothing they can do is wrong. You benefit so much from that I'm gonna have to be heavy on the other end. I'm gonna have to be heavy on the other end. But
see, me, I need to be convinced externally. My biases are as good as the amount of information I have about a particular situation. That's just
right.
Like with the Monique thing. I have a certain amount of information about Monique, who she is, and the claims that she made, and about the people who she made claims about.
Right.
I have a certain amount of information. Not now, is all of that 100% factual? Probably not.
Yeah, but in some cases, even with her, you're still punching up.
Oh yeah, no, I mean absolutely. Some people will argue.
Up.
Some people will argue that I'm not because she's a black woman.
No, but again, with privilege,
right?
Privilege is is a spectrum. There are certain things that I, as a black male, I'm absolutely privileged. I'm absolutely privileged about certain things. But then there's other parts of that same thing where I'm not.
As a citizen, she got me.
Right. Economically,
yeah, she got
recognition. Yeah, like come on. It's not the same. It's not the same.
That's why I feel the way I feel about Kaepernick. Like I said, my argument is not an argument that the NFL has done nothing wrong.
Right.
My argument is not an argument that that Kaepernick wasn't done wrong.
Right. I know what you're saying.
No, but I don't have enough information to say, yeah, they conspired against him to make sure that he wouldn't get another job in the field that he loves. Like I don't know. And if it, so for
I just think it's enough there to assume that, like, if I say to you, in this particular building, you specifically, you can't come through this door. You have to come through that back door.
Right.
You took away an option just because of
facts,
whatever, and it doesn't. Yes, there is a door.
Yeah,
but you made it so I could only come in through that door, and everybody else get the benefit of doing. I don't know if that's not a perfect analogy, but
I think you
closed. I get closed options,
but
for me.
Analogy is perfect. My issue is I don't know if that is what took place.
Well, I don't know either. I feel like
I don't just mean like I'm not even talking about just like it has to be pure fact. I'm not on my bench.
I have to be in a room with them when they were talking about it. Right?
No, right. What I'm saying is, even if there are teams that decided, that's the worst case scenario. You're on that you're anti-police. That's not worst case. Worst case, you're black and you're saying something about uplifting black people. We don't want your kind here. Right, let's say worst case scenario.
Right.
If the Seattle Seahawks made that decision and the Chicago Bears made that decision and the Atlanta Falcons made that decision, that is not the NFL making that decision. The NFL could have made that decision. That is something that could have had, like, for instance, they could have had a meeting and said, yeah, we're not going to blah, blah, blah. We're not going to sign this guy. And there might have been one or two teams that was like, I'm not really feeling that. That is the scenario that was laid out by, you said his name is Joe?
Yeah, Joe.
That's the scenario that was laid out by Joe. That, in that scenario, if I believe that that's what happened, I would absolutely agree to that being collusion. 100%.
So you're saying basically that the NFL is one entity and those teams are a different separate entity.
They're separate sub-entities. Together they create the NFL.
And therein lies, that's the rub. That's the rub right there.
Because if 5 teams, because here's the thing. It's easy to talk about this. And this is why I don't have this conversation with many people. Because it's easy to talk about, and this is why I don't bring it up with you, because I know you don't care about the NFL that much.
I don't.
So like,
I stopped caring about them years ago.
Right. So it's easy to make an argument when it's not just like, please don't.
Right.
But it's analogous to white people talking about black issues.
No, I know exactly the point you're making. I don't have an entertainment dog in this fight. Yeah. I am not following their shit.
There are certain people that don't have the knowledge to take into account certain things.
Right.
Like, for instance, the fact that, okay, there are 32 teams. Out of 32 teams, how often does a team need a starting quarterback? And then once you get to that point, okay, so maybe a backup. All right, so but how many teams every year there's a draft? So how many teams that may have a starting quarterback that they want to keep, or may have a quarterback that is okay, but they could possibly improve on, or whatever the case, draft another quarterback, in which case now they have the backup quarterback. So why would I spend all this money on this backup quarterback? In general, forget everything that happened. You know how often players get cut from being a starter and never get another
A
chance.
lot.
So these are the reasons, because I'm taking these things into account. These are the reasons why I'm like, I'm not saying it didn't happen. Right. I'm saying,
and it's easy for me who doesn't, I don't care about that. It's easy for me to say that when a courtroom speaks if there's any sort of process that speaks when it comes to us, that's it.
Facts.
They don't factor in the history of how the court system has treated black people in this country. No, well, they always tell us because they can lean into the legal system because for them it's protected them in most cases, and it hasn't protected us. So I'm just basically hitting them with the same shit. I'm saying,
how they did it.
Well, in any other situation, y'all would be going, I'm giving you that. I'm giving you that.
I get it. But it's just, I would never.
But again, it's easy for me to do that.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying anything negative about the people that believe collusion happened. I'm saying things negative about the people that say he got fired. I'm saying things negative about the people that say some of these other batshit theories. He was horrible, so blah, blah, blah. Or he was amazing, so blah, blah. No, y'all are dumb. Y'all not looking at what actually happened. Y'all are letting your bias completely take over the situation. But the people that say that the NFL committed collusion, I'm like, all right, I hear you, but I'm just not.
I get it. I'm just saying I wasn't there in the room when they was talking about it, but if you settled, I'm gonna do the same thing.
It makes you look bad.
I'm gonna do the same thing to you that I do to the cops when they settle. Like you did something.
when people settle in rape cases, and I absolutely you
settled. So
what
you want me to do? Like you settled. You could afford, and you got money.
You got money.
You not me. You not me. You not me.
I would have had no choice but to go.
Right. Look, can we come to a deal?
Is there any deal? Listen. I'll do free photo shoots for 5 years. Like what? Listen. But again, that is because of my bias. I have no tolerance.
But you readily admit that, though.
Yeah.
So my issue is not with people that admit the bias. My issue is those of them that didn't go out of their way to act like they don't have one. And I'm sitting there going, listen, you like to see them dudes running across their field every Sunday, and you don't want anything that hampers that. And stop acting like that's not what you like that. So I personally don't care about it anymore because I used to, but I outgrew it. It's not something. My interest went someplace else. So it's easy for me to be that the court according to what that a good and then close the issue for me. That's it. And then what doesn't help at all is the events of January. There's a societal narrative there. Y'all hung my man to talk shit and said he ain't shit. Look what him. What he is so destructive. What he did, the disrespect, and then I saw y'all slapping the complete shit out of cops.
Yeah,
with the American flag on post. Yes. You know what I'm saying? Like I saw that. So now I can't. Now I can't with you. Joe says first Fab is ass. He says, well, if I'm above the situation that you're getting shit on, then you're getting shit on, right? Hey. Joe says that's an example of cultural appropriation. When you like the product someone produces, but you have disdain for the person or people that produce it. Absolutely. So yeah, exactly. So like me personally, I don't partake. I don't wear the merchandise. I don't go to the games. I don't watch any content surrounding it as far as like ESPN shows. I don't
literally what you just said. The first 2 points that you made, same here.
Oh no, you can't go to any damn.
No, nigga. The only games I've ever been to, NFL games, were when Fab had free tickets.
But that tracks though, because even when I was into football, I have never been to a professional football game.
No, I've never paid to go to a game, and I don't wear jerseys. I don't wear no, none of that.
Nah, I don't. I think the closest to a jersey I wear is Al Bundy's.
Right, the poke eye joint.
Poke eye joint. That's my jersey.
When I was younger, but that was less about the NFL and more about
that was about Fabulous.
Our culture. Yeah. Jay-Z, Fabulous.
Yeah, you was rocking that shit.
Yeah,
because of that.
No, I'm with you on that. Like my bias in this scenario is my entertainment compared to what would I compare it to? My bias is my entertainment compared to how bad I feel for a millionaire, given what I know to have happened.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what I really think my bias in this situation is.
Right.
I think it is all right. You opted out of this contract where you were making good money,
right?
And you had already made some good money, and you opted out. And once you opted out, nobody picked you up. There was one team that I know of, because here's the thing: whether it was an actual act of collusion or whether it was like a more silent collusion that couldn't be proved because that was never necessarily talked about, choosing to go against the grain has consequence. Like Joe brought the example of a cartel. That's not something that just happens with no consequences.
Oh yeah,
like,
you do something that they're gonna come.
Yeah, and that's the same. The NFL is very similar to a cartel in that way. You don't just do something against the grain of everybody else and there are no consequences.
Right.
Which is that's just from me personally is another point towards it not being collusion, because again, my team was literally about to sign him, and then,
your team.
Yeah, and then his girlfriend did. But no, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that to say there wasn't collusion because somebody was going to sign him. I'm saying it to say the NFL is a cartel, and going against the NFL comes with consequences. And my team was like, yeah, we're going to sign him. So I don't feel like, I feel like that's a little bit.
I think that maybe, but I would also say, so as far as media and public perception, and I'm putting those as two different entities.
Absolutely.
If it is really hard to make a motherfucker pay for some shit in the light of day, because if it was just me, I'm just speaking about myself. If it was me and I was the team to say, I'm gonna sign him, and if you do something, I'm gonna say that's why you did it. I'm gonna tell them that's why you did it, and you know how they feeling right now. You know how they feeling right now. Leverage could also keep somebody
wait,
with you. Like, you know,
everything you said, except for the you know how they feeling right now thing, because this wasn't in current NFL culture. This was
true.
So they weren't feeling like that then.
True, that's true.
But everything else,
I got leverage. I can make you.
And that's why I said,
look like
shit. I said it's only a little bit. Like it's not really. Oh, a team was about to sign you. There's no way that. No, I'm not on that. But it's like. But I say that to say, the only reason I know that my team was going to sign him is because actually, really, it's because of the Twitter thing. That's the only reason I know that my team is about to sign him, because the Twitter thing came out and they asked Ray on some show something about Colin, and he basically told the story. He was like, they were talking about, like, I don't know whose idea it was to bring Colin on, but he said they were talking about it, and I think they said they asked Ray his opinion,
right?
And he said he gave the go ahead. Like he was like, "Yeah, go ahead." And then the girlfriend came out with some disparaging stuff about the team and put the kibosh on that signing, which
you hate to say it.
You really do hate to see it.
But again, I am so detached at this point. I only cared about the overall. Fuck that.
Mm-hmm.
They killing us. And if you got a problem with him making a stand about him killing us,
right?
Fuck you. Like that's me. And again, you only know what you know when you know it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So this was before the events of you remember when we talked about the one chick that was out there in Central Park with the dog.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And she, if you looked over her social media,
mm-hmm.
at least performative wise, she presents as a liberal.
Mm-hmm. Well, we talked about that earlier. I don't know if that was on show. Yeah.
But she went and said some shit like, I'm going to tell the police
that a black man
is trying to attack me or whatever, right? Saying that, knowing that the threat that is, it changes things.
Right.
Because now this ain't, y'all not gonna hit me with y'all not gonna constantly be able to use as a shield. They know.
Mm-hmm.
He knows. They know. You're not gonna be able to use that as a shield no more, right? You're not gonna be able to use that as a shield. And because I know that January 6th, you know goddamn well that thousands of people that was out there that did that bullshit was the same ones bitching, complaining, getting on Twitter.
They were all among the group.
You feel me?
If not the leaders of the group.
That was running their fucking pie holes talking about this is just a disgrace, outrage. I don't like the NFL because they was beefing with the NFL too because the NFL didn't go harder. They wanted them to go harder. So it's like after seeing y'all do that shit, it put me in mind of who, by the way, they didn't charge her with anything, by the way, so y'all know they didn't charge her with shit.
He dropped the charges.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He actually put out I missed somehow I came across this independent of being able to put it on the notes for some reason or something. So we never covered this.
Right.
He put out a piece on why he
No, I saw that. I read that.
Okay.
And it was horse shit. It was utter horse shit. And again, that type of you're not helping. So I'm gonna put him in the you're not helping category. But the teachable moment stands. They know.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not allowing motherfuckers to hide behind that they don't know shit. So after I saw that shit January 6th, all of your critiques mean nothing to me. To quote Sanchez from the Rick and Morty show, I welcome your boos.
Oh God.
I've seen what you cheer for. So now when you jeer us about any of that stuff, when you come at us, oh, why are they out there protesting the police? And you got all these little canned responses about to defend the police. I'm not hearing it. I'm not hearing it because the only reason you're saying it is because to you, the greater evil is me. I'm the greater evil. So you're on your Malcolm X stuff in reverse. By any means necessary, you're going to shut me down. And if that means that you have to side with people that you really don't fuck with for real, that you're not all that beholden to, like you're all that Blue Lives Matter. You don't really believe that. You don't really believe that. Because if you did, 140 cops wouldn't have got injured January 6th.
Casualties.
That wouldn't have happened. You would have gone out of your way to make sure, listen, fellas, we feel a way about this process, but if it means endangering you who wear the uniform that we love so much because you know how much of a cop sucker we are, we gonna fall back. We're not going to knock the barricade down.
I can tell you the justification.
What's that?
They are traitors to our country. That's the justification. I promise you. That's the justification. That's the justification. The people that charge people, they're gonna be like, you're stopping the free process that we're trying to do We have a right to be here. Blah blah blah. This I promise you.
But you can't bust windows.
Right. That's not covered anywhere under the Constitution.
Not after you ran your fucking pie hole during the summer about some of the protests that had people like injected into there that really didn't care about the shit at all. That was doing the fuckery, breaking windows and setting fires, and you put that on the protesters. Well, we clearly see you with the sign, you with the flag, you with the commemorative shirt, Trump shirt, you busting windows, kicking in doors, climbing over shit and trespassing, all that shit. You're breaking those same things you just scorched everybody else for doing. I can't take any of your criticism, sir. And this is the thing that pisses me off. The thing that really grinds my gears. When I see those of us that should know better trying to go back to a status quo with them, like their arguments are valid and we should take them. What are you doing? You think I'm going to take Republicans' cry for unity seriously? Now, after the, you think I'm gonna let you go back to being the less taxes, less government involvement party after that? You think I'm gonna let you walk around with the flag wrapped around your face, talking about I'm a patriot? You think I'm gonna let that happen now?
Pick me.
Are you gonna let that happen now?
No, but here's the thing. When they go high, we when they go low, we go high.
No. I'm gonna tell you why the only case with that flies. He went for a low jab. I came down and popped his head.
No, in all seriousness, I will allow that to apply when lives are not at stake.
Say again, what?
I will allow that to apply when lives are not at stake.
Well, lives and I'm not letting people. You're not going to shield yourself with. We can't go back.
Right
after that, I saw that hole in your sock, bro. You're not going to sit here and tell me that because they Gucci, that don't matter. No, yo, it's a hole in the sock. I saw it. I can't go back to acting like I ain't see it.
You said there's a hole in the sock. Listen, you covered up the hole in the sock by flipping the sock under your foot.
So therefore the hole no longer exists. No, the hole is there.
There's no longer a hole. You can't see it. What hole?
There's a hole. Listen. Joe said Republican unity means don't hold me accountable for treason. Right. So this is why I can't. This is like there are layers. To be clear, there are layers of corruption, just like there are layers with everything else. There are layers of it. So no one is making the argument that there isn't corruption on Democrat side. We just saw Cuomo with his bullshit. Nobody's making that argument. What we're saying is there are layers, though. The way you got all bent out of shape about a target, a Rite Aid, the way you got this is the Capitol. You ain't gonna sit here and tell me these things are equivalent because they're not. Because in one case, somebody went out, got a little carried away or trying to make other people look whatever, and they did what they did. In another case, you are trying to stop a democratic process.
This is a calculated attack.
Yes.
Absolutely. They happen to be by the target. There's a difference right there. Here's the thing. I don't defend the left because they are the left.
Right.
I generally defend the left because people who look like me tend to lean left.
Right.
It is not about the practices of the practitioners.
Right.
It is about the constituents.
Listen, I get it. There are some people that are Dems, some people that are Repubs. I am not either one.
I am not either.
My concern is my folks.
Right.
And I know my folks didn't start any one of those organizations. And I know that there's a propensity to take advantage in one way or the other, the black community's vote, or to try to devalue their vote on the side of the right. The right tries to devalue the black vote. I'm concerned about my folks because if we don't, nope, they've shown historically nobody else will. If you don't advocate for your folks, if you're a part of a marginalized group, if you don't advocate for your folks, nobody else will. They don't give a rat's ass. They don't. And that's why we talked about this on the show before. The fear factor. I'd rather have your fear at this point.
Facts.
I'm not concerned about if you actually give a crap about my issues. I'm more concerned about what we have the power to do to you if you don't. Because appealing to their moral fiber or whatever, the moral conscience, dude, that right there and maybe a quarter would have bought you a cup of coffee at 1930. You know what I'm saying? That shit, appealing to their moral conscience, that shit don't, nah, B. But having the power, and this is what we talked about earlier, about sometimes it's a case of you got to put yourself in a position where they can't affect you. If you're not willing to do that, then whatever rule they put there,
the punches.
That's what it is.
Find a way to bob and weave through all the BS.
Right.
All right, a couple things. We kind of messed up.
Because we had a whole bunch of other stories? Is that it?
No, we don't have any other stories.
Oh, okay.
We got through all the stories. It's just that I think this only saves 4 hours, and we're at 4:05.
That's a problem, but because you can literally take the audio from the video here and just add it.
Yeah.
Like there are websites you can go and literally put YouTube to MP3 and then just
I don't have to do that. It download. No, it downloads it.
I thought you said it only recorded.
It only records 4 hours.
So we're 6 minutes over.
Yeah. I'm not doing all that.
No.
I'm not doing all that when there's a slightly worse option available.
Slightly worse.
A slightly worse option that requires less effort.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm not doing all that.
Well, we need to let's start wrapping this up because we have 4, and I need to eat and take a pill. So, which is my life apparently now.
Yeah.
We wanna thank everybody who took the time out to come to this program. We noticed that there are the number of people that are participating has increased.
Yeah.
And we definitely appreciate that. As a matter of fact, I talked to Graydon hit me up the other day and was like, y'all show is definitely growing because they talk about every time, like when y'all go live, he sees us mentioned in their Discord, the Grand Unified Discord. That's so yeah, so we appreciate that.
Really interesting.
Right. We appreciate all the people that came out live because you guys helped shape the conversation and actually add to the content, which is why those of you that are listening on Spotify or Apple Podcasts or all them other places should really consider subscribing to the Black Culture Geeks YouTube channel. That's Black Culture Geeks with a Z, to come and be a part of our live stream, which happens every Saturday at 11 o'clock a.m.-ish Eastern time.
Yes,
ish Eastern time. You know what I'm saying? You should definitely come help shape the programming. It's going to be it's limited, of course, because this is our show, but you do help with the content.
Yeah.
Leave that. We just come on out, hang out. Also, know that on this channel, there will, as the weather gets warm, there will be other content, of course, that is constantly going to be on this channel. So that's why you want to be connected to the channel in more ways than just the Spotify thing. I think that's it.
Project.
Kind of projects, man. Go check out Addie's Game Room on YouTube and on Facebook. Go check out Jada Nerd's channel. You know what I'm saying? So for my man SPJ, I am Tombstone the Dead Man, and for the greater multi-world entertainment family. Yes, and that does include Super Sci Guy and Metas and Mutant Show, which is my show. We are out. Peace.